Testing.
Okay, thank you. Ready, Ms. Smith?
This is a special meeting to hold the budget hearing of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in the Council Chambers, City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, Monday, April 20th, 2015, at 7:10 p.m. Do a roll call. Councilman Coley,
Present.
Councilman Corbett,
Here.
Councilwoman Easton,
Here.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
Present.
Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk. Mr. Harris, Legislative Research Officer. Ms. Hamir from the Clerk's Office. Ms. O'Hanlon from the Budget Consultant. Ms. Lascari from the City CFO. Mr. Mapp, Director of Finance. Mr. Edwards, the City Deputy BA. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 as set the Sunshine Law has been met. Oh,
Go
so
ahead,
sorry.
go ahead. It's okay, go ahead.
A revised notice of this meeting was sent to the Orange Record and Star Ledger on April 14, 2015, posted in the bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the office of the municipal clerk.
Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. There are no matters for discussion. Before we go into our budget, I just want to extend thank you to the clerk's office. If you didn't know, we were short-staffed due to personnel being sick or family members being sick, but they showed up for tonight's meeting just because they're dedicated to make us see this budget season through. So thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Easton, I had left the room, and I think you said to me that the library was going to present at the latter part of the, you had talked to them, or?
Latter part of the week?
Yes.
Council President, there was an email that was sent that indicated that they will be ready either Thursday or Friday of this week.
And council members, do you want to come back this week to do another hearing for them, or do you want to, what is the desire of this council? And look, if we decided tonight, being Monday, the first day we come back is Thursday or Friday, what'd you say, Ms. Smith? If we advertise for the library, it would be
48-hour notice.
so Thursday or Friday. Councilman Coley, Thursday or Friday?
Councilman Williams?
Just a second.
I would say Monday because he indicated Thursday or Friday. So let's give him to Monday.
The 27th.
Right.
I say Monday.
The reason being, I think, if I'm correct, he's going to come over and try and put it into the Edmondson system, just like the other budgets are.
Council,
So he's going to need time to get up to speed and do that.
you're right. Miss Megan, would you be so kind to have a conversation at some point with Miss Lascari in regards to the library? And then, Mr. Lascari, can you call me tomorrow, and then we'll make the meeting based on what has to be done with them. That's the best date when they're going to be ready. Okay, so we can do
Yeah.
it tomorrow.
We can talk tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow. Okay. Moving, we're going to Mr. Edwards, the Deputy BA will be presenting on behalf of the Mayor's office and the BA's office administration. Mr. Edwards, what office do you desire to do first?
The mayor's office.
And Councilman Harold Johnson has joined us at 7:17 p.m. We're going to the Mayor's office, which is on page 1 in section 4. And the first page is salary and wages. It appears that the Mayor's office is adding 2 new positions to this office. Mr. Edwards, do you want to give us a summary of this page?
First of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, men and women of City Council. On the salary and wages line for the mayor's office, there aren't 2 new positions.
Because you're sitting in the back, project your voice.
Okay, I'm
People
sorry.
in the back are gonna be-
I'm not sure of the 2 new positions. Which 2 new positions are you referring to?
It's one, you're right, I'm sorry, sir. There's one under the confidential secretary.
That one is gone.
No, there's not.
So I see the first
Mayor's
one,
secretary.
Samantha, and the other one says vacant.
That's the mayor's secretary.
That's the mayor's secretary. The offices typically had a aide to the mayor. In recent notes, a chief of staff has also occupied that particular office in addition to a secretary. With respect to the salaries that have been indicated on there, and I know that's been a question, the mayor's intent was to increase the types of roles and responsibilities of those individuals who are designated to his office to address the many different types of complex issues that arise as a result of the mayor's office, especially of recent note, one being the new project development of the Orange Memorial Site and a number of other development issues that have come up.
And you mentioned the Orange Memorial Site, but this council has not been briefed on that yet? Regarding the Orange Memorial Site, is soon to come?
Yes,
Okay.
just as a quick note, as a sidebar for that, as you're aware, the developers have purchased all the liens to the property, totaling an almost of $1 million for that property. They have been having weekly discussions with the administration on sort of doing their due diligence, and there was a resolution that went before the city council body, and it was sent back to the planning department. And due to the nature and the size and scope of that project and the magnitude, it's important that we continue to engage them on a weekly basis. We're talking about initial phase of $125 million development.
Okay, thank you. And now going back to page 1, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes. Are there any particular questions?
Are there any questions for Mr. Edwards regarding the salaries?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
And this is not anything personal toward anyone. This is all business, all right? But how do you justify $107,000 for a chief of staff?
Councilman Corbett, with respect to the responsibilities, duties, roles, and obligations of that of the chief of staff, the traditional aspects of what the chief of staff was typically responsible for and the type of educational requirements to handle the duties and roles and responsibilities. We are talking about a mayor's administrative representative who's responsible for carrying out the wishes of the mayor to the tune of $67 million operating budget. So in terms of there being a higher degree of individuals to sort of manage that, I would also note that the salary in terms of chief of staff is in line with other municipalities of like size and
Of like size?
of like size of budget.
Okay.
Of like size of budget.
Okay. 56 million budget, okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me which municipalities those are?
I can surely give you a report with
Okay.
respect to that.
All right, thank you. Because, in the past, we could justify $75,000, but an additional $25,000, $30,000 to that, and in particular, when you look at what we're trying to do, all the different entities that we're trying to explore, the needs of this community, the taxpayers, screaming bloody murder. I just think it's time for the city to start being a little bit more sensitive to those issues.
I totally agree with you, Councilman Corbett. I think the thing that sort of resonates in this particular case is that what we're talking about is the types of responsibilities that the chief of staff has been tagged with sort of facilitating. It's not just the duties and roles and responsibilities with the hospital site, but we're talking about looking into the exploration of the parking, sort of overseeing some of those initiatives. The Highland Station, where she was instrumental in sort of helping secure $631,000 for the Highland train station, representing the mayor, going back and forth to Trenton when the mayor was unavailable. As you're well aware, our mayor is a part-time mayor's position, so the mayor having at his disposal an individual who is competent and capable of handling decisions on a day-to-day basis via the mayor's decision is important as we continue to move the city forward.
I look at the 7 members of the council, and I look at what each member receives in salary, and all that this position entails. Now, it's certainly within the council's purview that if we wanted to give ourselves additional money, we could certainly do it. But the council has enough sense to be sensitive to the taxpayers. And I'll speak for myself. I would never ask for an additional penny for what I do for this community. And I just think that it's only right for people in key positions to be a little sensitive to that. I think it's only right and it's only fair.
I totally respect your opinion on that, Councilman. I just would kind of point out and note that the differences in responsibility as it relates to that of the legislative branch and that of the executive branch, while much of your responsibilities deal with that of a community service initiative to govern through policy and procedure, the day-to-day administrative functions require the person to have certain skill sets and be able to be on call in the absence of the mayor. By doing so, we have to compensate accordingly. And by having those individuals represented who actually meet those criteria is necessary to the continuation and operation of the City of Orange's government.
And I can appreciate all that, and we probably could go back and forth with regards to, how each council member operates, the qualifications of a council person, the importance of a council member, and again, all that the job entails. But again, we're just not that foolish enough to irritate or to aggravate the taxpayers and put ourselves in that position. Can you tell me how many hours the chief of staff puts in? Do they put in a full 40+ hours per week?
Councilman Corbett, absolutely. With respect to putting in 40 hours plus, typically a chief of staff will put in, as well as all directors, and I won't just sort of stop with just the chief of staff, but to think about all of our directors and their responsibilities extend beyond a 35-hour work week. When we get those calls at 2 a.m. in the morning, they're there. They need to be there. When there's responsibilities on Saturdays and Sundays, they need to be there. It's also important to note that while we pay attention to this particular position and this particular salary, we have to think about it in the aggregate for all the city's operations and services, which we don't have. We don't have someone who oversees the water department. We don't have someone who oversees the parking. We don't have a person who sort of is designated specifically for the planning department. We've consolidated that position approximately 2 years ago, and that's something that we need to sort of reevaluate, because the recommendation at the time that I presented it to the governing body at that time was that there was minimum amount of development that was taking place. But now that development is on the move here in the city, it's going to require us to do some retooling.
And don't forget, you don't have anyone to oversee HR either.
Well, as you can see in the next step, when we go past the mayor's budget, it is something that I'm sort of coming before the council to request.
All right, that's all I have on this page. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilwoman Eason?
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Councilman,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Deputy BRBA, you said a lot of things in the last few minutes, and a lot of those comments that you had made regarding the chief of staff, I kind of take those responsibilities as coming from your office. So if the chief of staff are doing all those day-to-day operations, why do we need you?
Well, Councilman Coley, I think it's a duality of purpose.
Because
one, I just want to kind of note when you say things that are coming in my office, I'll just be quite frank with you, Councilman, that the responsibilities that have even existed within the administrative office has been met with support staff that has continued to support it throughout the years. Unfortunately, there has been a dwindling of each budget cycle, and as a result of each budget cycle dwindling, there has been significant cuts that have happened. So whereas, in the administrative department, you would sort of ask for a BA and a deputy BA to handle those particular functions, you don't have that anymore. And historically, when we go back and we discuss what was available within the administrative office, there was also additional support, not just in the finance department, but in the administrative function. We're talking about in an administrative office where there's virtually 2 people held to hold the responsibilities of handling HR, communications, and every other aspects of pension and so forth that come up for roughly 400 plus employees, in addition to the management and operations and the coordinations of every other department. So while I appreciate the vote of confidence in me that it can be something that I can handle, I do want to kind of point out, at some point, I am human, and it does require more than just my hands alone.
Okay, and you also mentioned about we don't have anyone to manage our water. What does Chris Mobley do? I thought that's what he was doing, overseeing the water.
Okay, with regards to the water, in terms of the water contract, just for a rebuttal to that particular commentary on the water, over the last 10 years, we've spent in excess of $17 million on the water with no general oversight whatsoever. Where there would be typically in any municipality, and if we were to do a self-assessment of Orange in previous years, when
rather
we
than
had
taking
that,
around the world, does Chris Mobley manage our water? Yes or no?
Chris Mobley currently serves as our liaison for our water,
Okay.
but it would be inappropriate to say he is the manager of the water
Okay, so
because he doesn't make decisions, functional decisions, on the day-to-day operations of the water.
okay, and we still haven't, or at least I still haven't received a copy of that lease agreement for the YWCA.
Council members and Mr. Edwards, can we get through the budget and ask questions based on?
This is part of the budget.
Just a second, Council.
That is part of the budget.
Just 1 second. I'm not saying that's not. Can we get through in terms of the sheets, doing the salary sheet and then the O&E, and then we have the general questions?
I guess we can do that.
Okay,
That's fine.
so if we can, so that way we're working efficient.
Okay.
So are there any other questions? The question that we kind of we were talking about the chief of staff salary. First, Councilman Corbett talked about the amount, and you followed up on it in terms of the things that he said. Are there any other questions regarding the salary of the chief of
I
staff?
have one.
Councilwoman Eason?
Ms. Edwards.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
I'm in that same vein. So you brought in Mr. Higgs at $70,000.
That's correct.
Not in my memory since I've been a councilwoman have we had a chief of staff and an aide making that type of money. And I don't see that on our salary charts. So why would you bring in someone at that salary? Why would the aide need a chief of staff and an aide? Why would the mayor need a chief of staff and an aide?
Well, I think what is best representative is the duties, roles, and responsibilities that each one of those individuals sort of represent.
Do you have a job description for each one of them?
Yes, I do, ma'am. I
Can
can
you share
definitely
that with us?
provide that with you.
Because I don't understand. And then I look, he came in at November 2014. Why would he deserve a contract increase if he hasn't even been here a year?
Not contractual, just a general raise. He's not a union member. But why did he get a
I
raise?
see
either?
contract increase.
But they got it, it's improperly noted. Because it was just a general, they're not contractual members.
Because why would he be entitled to that?
I will make sure I get you the proper information.
So we can cut that, right?
And to add, was he given the raise for the 2014 as well?
No, he was not.
I'm sorry?
No, he was not.
So
Because
just a 2015
I guess where I'm a little perplexed is, we are, in every company, you're required to do more with less. I mean, I know in the school district, they're just piling on work, and they're not adding any additional people, nor are we getting a raise. But we're working to the equivalent of 12-hour days and eight hours. So I don't understand with the city of Orange being in a financial situation, we want to buy the Y, and we keep adding all these salaries that the city cannot afford. So I guess that's my question. We have to cut something out. I mean, you guys want to buy the Y. You want to do this. You want to do that. So somehow or another, something has to go.
Madam
Somebody has to learn to say no, or somebody has to learn how to get the work done without always $70,000 to be an aide to the mayor. I think I'll quit my job.
And
See the other thing to that, Council President, if I may, is that when you look at last year's budget, we had an individual serving in that same capacity, but at about $30,000 less.
which salary is that, Councilman Corbett?
Aid to the mayor.
Aide to the mayor?
I think what can also be noted, council members, is the roles and responsibilities. I think we can cut salaries so low it becomes to the qualifications and the quality of individual we're looking to retain for these positions.
But we really don't need an aide to the mayor because there was no functions for an aide to the mayor. I mean, there's no clear-cut functions for an aide to the mayor. You got a chief of staff, you got a deputy business administrator, and you have a secretary. There's no reason to have aide. Plus, you got to make our mayor do some work too. And we only pay him $25,000, but he still got to work for that. So, and my other question is, and you talked about justifying the salaries, but on any given day, I don't see any of you spending 8 hours in the city hall. I mean, this is just my take, because I come in here and I call and normally I can't find anybody. Finally, one day I text the mayor, wanted to know if City Hall was closed. But anyway, so I mean, we gotta figure that out. So my question is, you got this hand scanner. Why is it not required that every employee use it? I know you guys talk about we're here off hours, we're here this, we're here that, but why is it not required that everybody use that hand scanner? And then you justify your hours that you here extra by scanning in on a Saturday and a Sunday if you're here. I think that's the only way we're going to track that. Because you guys say you're here Saturday and Sunday. I come through here, I never see, looks like anybody's in the building. So I'm saying, if you need to be on a Saturday and Sunday, scan your hand in and scan out. Then you can prove to us that you are coming in on those weekend hours. Or if you come in at night, scan in and scan out. So if we ask for a printout, we should be able to say, oh, they really do work, but right now I'm not seeing that.
Madam Councilwoman, if I just may,
Briefly, yes.
just briefly offer a rebuttal to that, just to make sure that I sort of answer this in the context of roles and responsibilities. Our reporting structure is that of the executive branch, and to those of the legislative, I would be less well equipped to sort of respond whether or not you come to work every day, much less when I come to work every day. But I can assure you that
You
those
got the hand
individuals.
scanner there. You don't have to guess about that. Scan in and scan out. That's all we're asking. There's no guessing there.
I will
I
definitely
have
take.
to sign in the morning. I have to sign out in the evening on my job. So you guys should do the same thing.
I'll definitely bring your concerns to the mayor.
Policy, council members, anybody have any questions?
I have a
say roll
question.
call on the salaries.
I have a
On
question.
salary, go ahead,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry to be
evening, sir.
late. Just grinding tough today out of town. But Council President, I read this like last week, man. I almost blew a gasket. I am telling you, I would think that we were putting together the budget for New York City. We are blowing up this municipal budget so bad. We're a little town, struggling to try to get our finances out of the water that we're already in. And here we are in 2015 creating jobs for people that already have careers, jobs, children, you name it. And I'm just livid, man. I don't know how the deputy director expects me to accept anything he says creatively about how these jobs should be assigned and the money's assigned to them. I just don't believe it. Sorry. That's my question.
That's your statement. Any question regarding the salaries?
Sorry.
Yes,
Councilman
Council
Cole.
President, come back. Concerning the chief of staff,
Yes, sir.
besides her position in East Orange, does she have another full-time job anywhere, another job anywhere during the day that you know of?
I can't go into the violation of her civil rights to be able to gain or acquire any type of employment in any other
Okay.
municipality or function.
Okay. And regarding our aide to the mayor. He's running community service.
The aide to the mayor has been reassigned from the mayor's office to my office in terms of administration, and he has been placed with the responsibility of straightening out some areas that need some restructuring.
Now, is that going to be permanent, or is just for a certain amount of time?
At present, while we continue to evaluate the needs of the Community Services Department, it would be unfair to ask me for a timeline, but in terms of whether or not it's permanent, the short answer to that is no.
Well, the reason why I asked,
It's not a permanent assignment.
because the director, all directors have to be confirmed by the governing body, and it seems like he has been working in that role since like November. So it seems like it's permanent. So if that's going to be his permanent position, then we need to start. We need to put the start the clock ticking for that 90 days, for he can be voted up and down from the governing body.
We have a director of community service,
But she's not
which is
working
Wendy
in
Sykes.
community service.
She's working with roles and responsibilities that I've designated to her to oversee at this particular moment. So in terms of restructuring or retooling staff to serve the needs of the executive branch, that's what's happened at this point. All right, I'm not sure if I understand council's desires. Council's desire to make administrative decisions on who serves in what capacity and at what particular point do they serve and how long they serve.
Councilman Coley, Mr. Edwards, I think the administration has a responsibility to report to this council when there's a reorganization. It appears that several positions have been, if in the administration side, have been reorganized. Case in point, Mr. Wiley working in a community service, and I think the human resources that you're going to present to us later. So it's not so much that we are making the decision what administrations do. We're responding to the decisions that administration have done.
And I just want to say, Council President, this is just a temporary reassignment. And when we speak about the assignment being for a certain period of time, it's also important to know that Director Sykes was on an unpaid leave for a period of time when Mr. Wiley was appointed to sort of oversee that particular area on an acting basis. When she returned from her unpaid leave
In January.
Mrs. Salam was then reassigned to the mayor's office.
But still, he never left that role.
I thought it was pertinent that he continue to complete the work that he had begun.
Finished for now, sir.
I'm finished for now, Cal. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Councilman Gordon Butler.
Okay, so I have two questions. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. So I have two questions. The first one is in your response to some of the questions, you were mentioning a dwindling in each budget cycle. Can you define that for me?
A dwindling in each budget cycle?
Yes, be specific.
The mayor's office? The mayor's office has seen a significant decrease since 2012. It was cut. If we were to go back from 2000, and I could provide you the chart from that, from the last three previous administrations, while other administrations have seen a steady adjustment to meet the necessary needs, the mayor's office received substantial cuts over the last several years. So I can provide that information to you in terms of just the mayor's office. When we talk about the...
Let me ask another follow-up question.
Okay.
So you're specifically speaking about personnel when you're speaking about a dwindling in the budget cycle.
Well, I can speak to not just in the mayor's office, but I thought we were addressing salary and wage issues.
Well, when
Are
you
we
mentioned
speaking
that, I
about-
thought that was something that I needed to make sure that I understood clearly. So
Okay.
that's why I'm asking the question.
Are we talking about O&E or are we talking about salary and wages?
We're not talking about either. We're talking about a response that you made to the questions here, and you mentioned a dwindling in each budget cycle.
Yes.
And I wanted to know what you were referring to.
Salary and wages, as it relates to the mayor's office, has seen a significant cut over the last couple of years in both operating expense and both salary and wages. If we go to the administration and if we go to finance, there has also evidence to support there has also been some reductions in those areas as well, in
Okay.
both personnel and operating expenses.
Okay. Next question. You mentioned that the aide to the mayor was reassigned to you said to your office, and then you said to the mayor's office, so I need clarity on which office he's in.
Okay. Wali Islam was reassigned to the mayor's office in the position of aide to the mayor.
Can I just, Chuck,
Sure.
for the sake of, so people can understand, because you're saying Wali Salam, but the budget notes him as Wali Higgs, so. is
It's
one-
Reginald Higgs.
Re-
Is his birth name.
But I'm saying the
Reginald.
budget
I
says
know, it's
Wali Higgs.
incorrect.
So, yeah, for the sake of can you refer to who?
As it's
as
stated in the book.
budget,
As it says in the book.
Okay.
which is Wali Higgs.
Right. Mr. Higgs was reassigned from when Mrs. Sykes returned back from her unpaid leave. Mr. Higgs was then assigned to the mayor's office as aide to the mayor. Due to the emergent issues that were arising in the community services department and his recent handling over the last 3 months of issues within the community services department, I requested from the mayor that Mr. Higgs be transferred to administration, where I thereby reassigned him back to community services so that he can continue to carry out some of the restructuring efforts that I had instructed him to do when he was assigned on an acting basis while Mrs. Sykes was on an unpaid leave.
Okay, so for clarity's sake, he is now currently working in the mayor's office doing the duties of community services.
He is currently assigned to the mayor. He's currently under budget in the mayor's office,
Performing community service responsibilities.
in addition to other duties as required.
Are there any questions? Are
Now
there any more? Is this a salary wage question?
Yes.
Oh, Councilman Johnson.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I assume that the former director of community service came back eager and healthy and everything to assume her duties. If and upon she's hired to be a professional director for that particular department, why couldn't she take over these things that you have Mr. Higgs do if she's a qualified director? Is you just like he has to do it when she's already qualified to be a professional director of that department? Why didn't you just give her the task? It's her department. That's to the deputy director. The deputy business administrator.
Councilman, I thought it was prudent that I make the decision to have him continue in the current role that he was functioning so that there would be a continuity in services to the residents of the city of Orange. That was my decision.
Council President,
Councilwoman Issa?
when I asked my last question to get to me, Ms. Evans made a statement a few minutes ago that the mayor's office salary and administrator had been cut. Last year you budgeted $151,000. You spent $215,000. Say $216,000.
For the mayor.
I'm sorry, that was for 2014?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind giving me the numbers for 2013 when it was cut from the
151.
200,000 down to the 115,000?
We
Because
did
what we're
one-
seeing is a significant
2014,
cut.
Your salary budget was $151,000. It's what we budgeted.
What was 2013, please?
I'm doing 2014.
It's not before us. Do you
It's
have you want to know the
227.
appropriated or spent?
Yes, I'd like to
What
know.
was spent?
In 2013?
Who
No,
had
no,
that
no,
number?
no, no.
I-
Just follow me. Follow me.
Follow the question.
2014, we budgeted $151,000 for the mayor's salary and wages. You spent $215,000 or $216 in 2014. Tonight you're asking for $254,000. That's a significant increase. So last year you went over budget. About what? About $75,000?
60, yeah.
Now this year you're asking for $254,000. So how do you equate that to the budget decreasing? To me, it's still escalating. And the other question I have, I know you're the deputy administrator, and I guess I've asked this before. So who's running this city? You or the mayor? Because you said that you make every decision.
I didn't say I make every decision. What I
You
did
just said
indicate,
you made a decision
I made that decision.
to put, but where was the mayor's input into that?
Just for the record, Madam Councilwoman, I serve at the pleasure of the mayor and at the direction of the mayor. All decisions, I follow through his direction. The day-to-day operation is that of the township administrator. There are oftentimes, as the administrator, as was the case with every administrator before me, those decisions are made on a day-to-day functions for certain
I just wanted to
function and
clarify this
operating
so we
things.
can know who we hold accountable here. So how do you explain the 254?
Well, that requires us to not look at this in a vacuum. And in order to do that, we can't just simply look at 214 and then look at an increase in 215. We first must look at 213 and look at 212. In 2012, we experienced significant cuts. So in short, there was a general operating budget of roughly, say, $10 in 2012. The council sought to cut that budget, let's say, by $5, then said, go out and sort of, do your business. And then the budget came over by a certain number. And now they're looking at why is the number rising? Well, the number's rising because the significant deep cuts did not even allow. And if I just can also point out, just for the record, that when the budget was adopted 8 months, I believe, into the fiscal year. So by the time the budget was even adopted, the numbers were cut. So I think it's really unfair to just kind of look at it on a snapshot to say it's gone from 215 or 216 to 254 when it was budgeted from 151 initially. There was no way possible, if it had been approved at the initial presentation, it would have been in line and showed a modest increase.
But still my question, because you are not allowed to overrun your budget. So who was tracking so that you overran it that much? Because at some point you had 151,000, you went to 216. So who made the decision to overrun the budget?
We were speaking to the mayor's budget?
Yeah,
We're on the salary
we're
page.
talking-
of page
on the
one.
salaries page. Who made the decision to overrun that budget? Isn't that illegal? So that's why I'm asking, who made the decision? If you guys was trafficking the finances or the salaries, how did you overrun it by that much?
I think it's important again to note that when the budget was adopted, if we appropriate,
I'm still trying to find, you want the 213 numbers, I'm looking.
Can we ask the budget consultant if she has 213?
Mr. Scary, did you pull it? Mr.
Or-
Scary.
or 2012,
I was looking in the
2013.
2014 binder, and it does show what was appropriated in 2012 and in 2013.
And what was appropriated in 2013, Mrs. Scary?
Appropriated in 2012 was 224. Appropriated in 2013 was 202,863. Requested in 2014 was 221,600. The final number came down to the 151.
Thank you.
Well, you know,
so we're
I
talking
have it
about a
right here.
reduction of roughly
What-
26%.
I
that
have
was-
it on 2014, it was 151,000.
Mhm.
2013 was 166,300. I'm looking at
That's what was final.
the approved final budget.
And then, but actually what was spent was more, was over budget.
Can we ask the chief of staff? I'm sorry, yes, the
Deputy
the
BF.
CFO. What
I was
was
reading the wrong
spent in 12, 13, and 14? What was
In 14, it
realized?
shows you in your book, 215 was
No, I
spent.
have that,
Yeah,
right.
so what was spent in
213.
2013?
You went in 2012?
No,
I went
213.
13.
And either one, Megan, do you happen to have this, how much was spent, oh, we don't have a mic for you, Megan. Get your mic.
Here you go.
Give Megan a mic.
I apologize. I was reading the
That's
wrong line.
Testing.
Council President,
Just,
my
um,
suggestion from layperson standpoint, is if the mayor so desires to have these people in this department making this type of money, well, we just take and cut it from some other departments, and then they have to lay off people, and then you'd be fully staffed in this department. Take it from someplace else,
From another department.
or number 5 department.
And then I have a comment.
Oh, we coming to you, Mayor, trying to get you a nice mic. Go ahead,
Take it from police.
while we. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I can make my
Councilwoman.
comment? Okay, and so my comment is, I guess there is a concern that my other council colleagues have mentioned, which is the overspending of line items and departments' budgets. And I do want to make the comment that the 2012 budget, really, the administration had nothing to do with, because you didn't come in until mid-year, so you had to adhere to the prior administration's budget, so that is irrelevant in this conversation. But 2013 and 14 we can discuss. That's why I only wanted those numbers, because they are relevant, and I still want to know from someone here what the 2013 expenditure was.
Do you have the final, in the mayor's office, salary, wages spent?
Under section 2, page 4, your 3-year history, 2012 was
I think our
184,000.
section 2 is a blank.
Yeah, I was reading the wrong line.
2013 was 166,300, and then 2014 was 250.
Those are the same numbers I gave, because I was looking at the.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, I apologized. I was looking at the wrong line.
Yeah,
Megan, can you give me those numbers
Councilwoman
again,
Easton
please?
said that's the number she gave.
that's the numbers I gave, same ones.
2012 was 184,000
Spent.
spent, and 2013 was 166,300, and 2014 was 215,609.
Thank you.
And if you press the button, you can cut it off. Mr. Edwards,
Yes, Madam President.
you stated one of the reasons in considering Ms. Cooper's salary is because she acts in the mayor's absence. The mayor, when he has to leave and he's not in town to make decisions, he has not left the chief of staff as acting mayor. He leaves those duties. I've seen it to the city attorney. I've seen it to the director of finance. Is there any reason, I mean, since you're saying she would be the, it seems based on what you said, she would be the person that's most in a ready stage to act in his absence, why doesn't he choose to name hers in his absence?
You know, I can't really, give you an assessment on what's in the mayor's head.
No,
I've
I'm
also served.
saying, based on your discussions, if
Yeah.
you said y'all have meetings and that,
Yes,
I don't know what
but-
you think in his head.
I've also served in an acting mayor's capacity. The mayor just typically rotates that. I don't know what his rationale, and I would be unjust to kind of try to speak to it, but duties and roles and responsibilities,
And
whether
so
he's not, is
basically,
still
when
there.
he has a rotating.
It may be, there's been times when he's left the director of public works as acting mayor. There's been times that he's
But y'all
left.
haven't discussed that as a policy.
No,
it's
it's totally the mayor's decision.
And I don't know if you've been here for other meetings. Councilwoman Easton had asked about the increases under contractual increase. One of the things that appeared to have happened, and the chief finance officer said it happened, is that when Omega's was approved to get their 1.25 for 2014 and 2015, that the administration chose to go ahead and have the directors follow that. However, there was no approval before this council, so they were not paid. So those salaries that are in the contractual column for non-union employees are improper, and we have asked that the budget consultant remove those salaries, and it has to come back before the council for consideration, before the council before.
I do want to make note,
Okay.
Council President, that historically, it has always been the practice, of not just in this municipality, but in every municipality, that when the non-uniformed unions receive increases, so does the unrepresented staff. What we're talking about in total, when I think about as an aggregate for it, we're talking about less than a dozen people compared to the 80 plus or so folks that are in there.
And while I agree with you, but the in part, but what has historically happened specifically in the city of Orange, that after the contracts are settled, the administration comes back before this council and asks for the approval of those directors. So it just doesn't happen. It happens as a matter of action by the council.
Duly noted.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions regarding
I
salaries?
just want to know, we need him to, remember we took the grant writer, he has to create a line for
You want to explain it,
Mr.
Council?
Copeland, because we took him out of the 10. He has to be, what do I say, on his own budget line.
As
his
opposed to
full
having it
salary.
split up in different.
Yes, yeah, as opposed to having him split up in different departments. So you got to create a place for him.
I'll do that in terms of administration, but I just want to kind of make note because there was some questions that was raised earlier to me by some senior staff members from the administration as it relates to the grants writing. As it noted that there was a grant writing firm who sort of makes applications for the grant and what the responsibilities are in terms of maintaining the grants that we received. And as our audit has found on numerous occasions over the last 6 or 7 years, we've received negative remarks on that particular category because we've never followed up and we've lost substantial amounts of money. So I just want to, just kind of point out to the council the importance of us having some oversight, and it requires a little bit more than just even Mr. Copeland to kind of make sense of this. I mean, when we first came into 2012, I think we uncovered roughly $3 or $4 million, and the CFO can speak to that in more greater detail, about the money that we applied for, we received, but we never went back and did our proper due diligence over past administrations to receive the monies, whether it was SAFER grants, where we've gotten permission to hire maybe 12 or 24 cops, and no one went and pulled the money down or went to the state, and as a result it became something that became a debt that we had to uncover.
So basically, we got awarded the grant, but we didn't seek the reimbursements.
And that was to the tunes of millions of dollars. And so it's prudent for us to really, pay some attention to that and really adjust those areas. And as it relates to Wendy Sykes and Lewis Copeland, and the reason why I've had Wendy Sykes working in that particular capacity is because she has a particular skill set in working with grants, which I believe would be beneficial to the municipality by having her focus on that particular area right now. We're not talking about a couple of dollars, and every dollar is important. We're talking about several millions of dollars, whether it be in the police department, the finance department, the public works department, the planning department. We've just applied for things and we've never went and got the money. We got the award letter and that was the end of it.
I thought, based on the conversations we've had with somebody that was sitting there, that was going to be what Mr. Copeland was going to be doing. I don't see anything that would make him a whole job without him having responsibility of that. So you need to incorporate that into his whatever he's doing currently to justify us leaving him in the budget in the first place.
I will definitely say, Councilwoman,
Council-
it's more than just enough for him. Right now, it's unraveling years.
I'm saying.
I totally
justify
understand.
him staying in the budget. You need to make that part of his job responsibility.
Councilman
noted.
Corbett?
Council President, Mr. Edwards, you indicated that we approved the budget last year in August.
Don't hold me to that, Councilman. I don't know.
You might be right. Might be close to that. I anticipate the council and council president and others, you certainly can tell me how you feel about it. I anticipate us probably finalizing this budget by June.
We should, first meeting in June.
Right.
Yes.
And with that said, what I would like to have before this council, during the month of June, Mr. Mapp, Mr. Edwards, is the final budget and how much money has been spent up to date when the budget is passed. By doing that, it allows the council to see where we are in salaries and other areas, and then where we see the possibility of areas going on. Then you'll know. And then there'll be no excuse, because you'll know. And if you know and you go over it, there's an issue.
I will, Mr. Matt, there's a microphone next to you.
Somebody's phone going crazy.
Oh, that's you.
Mic check. Go.
Just press it and the light will come on, yes.
Okay, this is Adrian Mapp, Director of Finance. I should point out that on a monthly basis, we do provide to the governing body quarterly financial report so that you can see the status of the expenditures up to the end of that particular quarter. So we do keep you abreast as to where we are in terms of the dollars that have been spent. And we will continue to do that.
I'm asking for an exception to that. Thank you. That's what I would like to see. If you can, I don't want to go back.
Does that.
It does?
Yes.
'Cause I don't want to go back. I don't want to have to
expenditure.
pull the first quarter, then do a comparison and do any additions. I want exactly what's in your computer. That's what I want to see. So
That's what we give to
that's
you.
why I'm asking you for that 6-month
Okay.
accumulative total from your computer to my desk. All right, thank you. Or to the entire council's desk. Excuse
Councilman
me.
Corbett, can I also add an addendum to your request?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Madam President, through you to Councilman Corbett. If the council, prior to them adopting the final budget, if they're so choose to make certain cuts to particular areas, to allow the administration to present to you what the impact is for those particular cuts and what it means. Oftentimes, when decisions are made to cut particular areas, I think they're done with not a full scope and understanding how that cut is going to have a negative impact on a particular service that you're expecting and or the residents are expecting. So I'd like to have that opportunity so that I can at least explain what that means, because there is no fluff.
Listen, I don't have a problem with you making that presentation, because at the same time you can explain to this entire council how it is that the areas that we cut and the salaries that we cut, there's no impact to those areas. So you can explain to us what you guys are doing on the financial end to give us a clearer understanding in terms of exactly what other areas are you eliminating services, because it has to be some areas where services are eliminated when we make our cuts. Well, that's what I'm saying.
I totally, through you, Madam President, to Councilman Corbett, I totally understand that it is not the council's intent to cut particular individuals, but rather to affect the salary and wage line as a total aggregate for a particular area, and that you recognize that it's still the administrative's responsibility to sort of reallocate those funds across where it deems necessary to serve the functionality of the government.
And that's what we would like to see.
Yes, sir.
Because it gives us a false feeling of going through this budget process, and then when we make our necessary cuts as we see necessary, and it appears on the surface that you guys don't adhere to them. So whatever the council does, we don't care. We do our own thing. All right? I'm just telling you the way it appears.
I definitely want to correct that
Please do.
perception from the council.
So by you providing us that report, it'll give you an opportunity to do that.
Thank you very much,
Keep in
Councilor.
mind that, I think probably for the last 2 years, the final cuts, we've had a long work session where we probably sit in the chamber for 3 hours, and the administration.
We were here on my birthday. I'll never forget that.
Happy belated birthday,
So, I
Councilor.
mean, there is an opportunity to give detail, and Mr. Scarry was here with us, and we went line by line. One thing that I want to add on the salary and wages, the concern also with Mr. Higgs, a letter was sent to the administration probably in December or January regarding his status, because a person in the city of Orange should only be in active status for 90 days. And if, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that is true. However, it can only be in acting status as long as it relates to a position
Right.
that is not currently occupied by a director. The director was on leave, and as the director was not fulfilling a position,
Right.
he was only merely holding a position.
But which, I'll wait till you finish. But one of the things that, I mean, and that's just, to me, you're just moving people to make things work for the administrations. Because if Ms. Sykes came back, she's not fulfilling the position. So, I mean, you can respond to that tomorrow, but it seems that he has continued on doing the director's job, even though she's back and she's doing grants, so. And you can respond to it.
I'll definitely prepare something if you'd like for me to do it, but at the end of the day, Council President, my effort is to make sure that the city operates and moves forward.
We're going to page 2.
No, I have another question.
Yes.
Yeah, this
Councilman
is,
Coles. Councilman Coles.
Yeah. Regarding that, when the Director of Community Service, when she was out, why didn't we just bring up the Deputy Director in that department and just have her work in that capacity rather than bringing in another person in another salary?
Again, Councilman Coley, I think your question is relative to the operation and
Okay.
day-to-day functions of
Very good.
administrative personnel.
And you had made some comments regarding the work that the Director of Community Service and the Mayor Aide is doing regarding grants and all their work. Now, we made a request to, I think, Keisha Knight.
Yes, we're working on that right now to gather some information so that, and as I indicated to Councilman Corbett, the necessary work that is actually being addressed so that the council can understand the importance of the functionality of these particular moves and how it's benefiting the city. I think the council will have a greater sense of ease if they can understand these decisions and why these decisions are necessary.
That's fine. So my thing is, if they've been working in that capacity in all these grants and getting everything in order, we should, you can just print us out something real quickly as to what they're doing rather than putting a whole packet together. You just can't give us something real quickly and then bring us to up to speed with a more
A summary of what they've been highlighting, what they've been doing.
Council?
One second, Councilman Coles.
In an effort to do both them a service and not do a disservice to either them and their work that they've performed, I will reserve an opportunity to provide you the adequate information in a more coherent manner.
And when do you expect that to be?
In short order, sir.
I didn't hear
Well,
you.
In short order.
Well, short order to you sometimes could be like 6-7 months, being that this is what I'm interpreting when you said that.
It is my expectation that I should have something for you by the 27th of this month.
Okay.
Is that a good
All right.
time?
Thank you.
The 27th of
It's a
April.
Monday, the 27th
Monday.
of
A week
April.
from today.
A week from today.
Okay. Councilman Eason?
Mr. Edwards, I still have an open Oprah request. Remember that report you were doing about how many employees you were hired and their salaries? And I still don't have it.
Okay.
The other piece of that is, Ms. Knight gave you the details behind that bill for St. Matthews, the documentation. I don't have that either. So could I get that tomorrow, please?
Yes, you can. My apologies about that because she did drop that off in reference to St.
It never made
Matthews
it to my mailbox.
that same day. My apologies. As it relates to your Oprah request in terms of the salaries of new employees versus employees that have left out, I just want to kind of just make note to you, Councilwoman, is that it's typically information that Oprah requests are fulfilled based on information that the administration currently keeps
But you
in our
had it,
normal
had you-
operation.
I saw that you
Yes.
had it.
Yes, I did, but it's still running, and I will make sure that you get a copy of that. And just for a clarification for other colleagues, council colleagues, Madam Council President, what Councilwoman Eason is asking for, the administration prepared for every person who left under the previous administration. I provided a outgoing and an ingoing along salary lines so that it can show if someone left out how much somebody else was coming in, where was the savings. If one person left out and they were being paid, let's just say $100,000, and another 2 people were brought in, how much of a difference the administration was saving as a result. And that's what she was referring to. So there's a detailed process that I began for my own tracking measures, which I would be more than willing to share with the entire council.
Thank you. Council members going to the O&E for the mayor's office.
Council President, did you want the CBA ACE?
We're still on the mayor's office.
Okay.
So, in the O&E, appears that the mayor's office asked for 10,000. Finance cut it down to 7,000. Are there any questions on a specific line item? No, yes, maybe. No. 5,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000.
Communications.
It was
Took
taken
it
out.
out.
Yeah, it says, listen, you had $300 last year. You're taking it down to zero this year. You're not going to do any communication this year, huh?
It is my hope to add
Yes, sir.
additional resources. I would love to provide it, but that's just another example of us being prudent with respect to the taxpayers' resources.
They didn't spend any money though.
I do have some questions.
On the O&E, you crossed it out down to 7,000, but the line item still total 9,700. They just have to work it out themselves, Mrs. Scary?
I'm adding 7. I don't see where you're adding
You got the 1,500 for the next page?
500 on the second page.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I was still counting. Okay, you're right. 5,000, 6,000.
you went-
Councilwoman Butler, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I have two questions. Under, I guess, under office materials and supplies, you spent 2,000 last year, and you're only requesting 1,500 this year?
What you'll see as we go through, there's more of a centralized focus where I'm pulling mostly all of the budgets from all of the various different departments under a centralized process in order to meet maximum efficiency and to make sure that we're not having an overage. So if we go into the administration, you'll see that there's additional numbers. There are some areas that the mayor's office needs specific items that they're looking for that may not just be in a general purchase. But for all intent purposes, all of the other stuff is sort of handled through a centralized purchasing.
And I do understand that, and as we've been going through the budget, the CFO has been kind enough to actually make those notations, so,
It's just-
and this one is not here, so I'm just curious as to why it's not. When it's moved to administration, it's usually duly
No,
noted.
I just want to point out the 1,500 still remains in the mayor's office for that portion,
Right.
but we've just moved 500 out of there and moved it to the centralized area.
Right, but it's not duly
Oh,
noted.
okay. So, all right. So,
That's my
Joy,
concern.
if you could just note that the $500 was moved over to.
I think that the amount that was in the administration budget will cover it. It'll be fine.
And any other questions on O&E?
Yes, can someone
Councilman
explain to me
Cohen?
what, Council President, what, down in rentals and lease, what the water service $5 is?
Cooler, right.
Yes,
Water
that's the
cooler
water
and
cooler.
Water cooler?
Yes, water cooler.
That's a water cooler?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And the miscellaneous is, do we know? No?
The only thing that was spent in that line item last year was the water cooler, as far as I can see.
And now we're asking, but now you're asking for 500, okay.
Yes, we reduced that.
Are there any other questions on O&E? If not, we'll have the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee.
Council President, I have a question to ask the council. This is new to us. We were expecting the mayor here tonight along with the administration and Mr. Mapp. So we just wanted to know, is it appropriate to make just an opening statement about the budget? Like we may do that?
And
It's not a
just-
question, that's
Yeah,
why.
and what I
It's
will
not-
remind you is nothing personnel.
No specific person?
No
Oh,
specific
absolutely.
person, right, okay.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Edwards. I saw you yesterday. Good evening, Mr. Mapp and members of the City Council. We've been sitting here for the last week, sir, listening to your staff and communicating about how we, as a community, should be spending our 59+ million monies as well as how we're going to receive it. And it's a great reflection that we're giving you the statement tonight because we've been meeting every night too for hours and hours looking at the numbers, trying to figure them out. We see ourselves in Orange as the CEOs. We see all of you as our employees. We're going to flip this a little bit. CEOs, we believe, and you know you are, responsible for the welfare of this town. So as CEOs, instead of feeling like victims, kind of hopeless in what we can do, we'll make some strong statements tonight because every penny to us is a penny that could clothe or feed a town of 35 or 40,000. How much does President Barack Obama make a year? You don't have to answer. $250,000, our president. So when we go to salary and wage, we have $455,250 for the office of the mayor and the BA. $455,250. I just added the columns. In a town that averages 30 to 40,000, in a town that has less than 20% home ownership, in a town where we cannot get records and reports when we ask, we find this totally unacceptable. We are not looking at one person. We're looking at a CEO and the numbers. We're looking at the numbers. We are also asking, when jobs are not approved by the council, why do we not create the ordinance or resolution to put the job in place or get rid of the job? Chief of Staff. It's not a legitimate job in the city of Orange. We can't find it anywhere. Instead of saying it's good or bad or different, put the job on the record so that discussion goes away, or eliminate the position and take it to a higher level. We don't know what the Chief of Staff does. We've heard your response, but we, as any CEO, would like to see the human resource or the job description that would accompany what a Chief of Staff would do. And that's fair. So when we look at your backgrounds, and I'm going to just say at a high level, those who manage the operation, impressive, well-educated, looks very capable. Competencies with Mr. Mapp are amazing. And I'm not being facetious. I am very proud to say we have the right resumes. What we're questioning at a big picture is, why can't we get our workflows done? Why can't we collect the right receipts? Why are there audits and best practices, without me going into everyone, and you know I do have them documented for us, why are we having such a difficult time with record keeping, missing receipts, missing funds, and it's in your audit, I'm quoting audit, just missing receipts that can't come to grips. So we're saying $455,000, make it so. That's a lot of money. We should be working from, when I worked for $150,000, I can say this about myself, I would work from 6 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night. Never stopped because I thought that's what was needed. So we are asking questions of those that make those ranges, that even though we have the hand scanner, we are not sure if the key administrating people, Mr. Mapp, I know you're in finance later, but Mr. Edwards and those that are making all this money, when are they at City Hall? And we don't think they're here all 8 hours either. But we do believe that we get distracted with our other jobs. We believe we get distracted. And this town needs total attention on us. Total attention. So you can have 25 jobs if I don't see the audits, the lack of best practices, the lack of corrective actions that are just not being done over and over and over and over through many years of audit review. I've read the audits about 7 or 8 times. We are prepared to give the council and the administration documentation on questions we have about the audits for a later discussion. So that's about those jobs at the top. Best practices, procedures, statutes, as citizens, that's all we've got. That's all we have really to ask you to provide those audit details for us. When we're at a city council meeting, I would like to see my BA, whoever that may be, at the city council meeting. We request that, we beg that, we ask that, we pray for that, because when the BA is in the office, conversations take place, discussions could be better understood. So we are asking for those who are making those kind of payrolls to be a little bit like President Barack Obama and be there 24/7. Now, we had just one other area for the salary, and that was, we haven't talked about the human resources, but until we know what the chief of staff does, we weren't quite sure whether the chief of staff is doing human resource responsibilities. Everything that we've heard this week, we do believe that human resources is critical to the city of Orange, if nothing else to follow the legal guidelines that we seem to be missing 24/7 from both the administration and at times the council. So we don't want to pay a chief of staff all this though, and a human resources all this. And now instead of having a 400 and how much? 45,000, now we might have $750,000 or $1 million salary. So we want to watch that and make sure, please council, that we get job descriptions, that we do get approved positions, that if they're not approved, eliminate them from the payroll and make it legal. Make it legal. And I think one last point is we did notice, and I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but we noticed there were quite a few vacancies still on the police officer line. This might not be the time to do that, so later.
In your final summary, because we've been through the police department.
We had some expense questions, but the community services person did a nice job the other night explaining what the role of Miss Wendy could be and Miss Lou, since that was mentioned here, and explained how he was carrying the role of the community services director, and I think he did a good interview. What we would like to see is to make sure there's no duplication of those high salaries. I would do grant for free so you can eliminate the 70,000, and I have that experience. I think you'll find people in the community that can do a lot of this if we continue to reach out and see what kind of task forces you might be able to put together that have PhDs in grant writing right on our block. So we can help you with that. We can help identify people in the community who have some skills that might help the council and the administration reduce some of the salaries that seem to be so high. When we hire you as a CEO, we expect you not only to be at work, of course, but we expect you to be there 24/7 until I see a town that best practices and the corrective action plan gives us all the aid that we should be getting, and we know we're not getting all that aid. At some point, we cannot blame the previous administration. At some point, we stand up tall, we collect those big paychecks, and we say, best practices and corrective action plans and policies and procedures will happen this year, because this year, we have an opportunity to make it right for the citizens. So thank you. We do have more, a lot more, but I don't think you want to see everything right now. We thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brasher. Is there anybody else from the CBAC? If not, we're going to move right to the Office of the Business Administrator. Salary and wages, page 4. There are 2 salaries mentioned. Are there any questions about that? So actually, it was only supposed to be 1 contractual increase in this department.
Whose was that?
That would be Ms. Watkins. You're on page 4, right, Councilwoman? Do you have any statement regarding this page, Mr. Edwards?
Not at this time.
I didn't hear you, sir.
Not at this time, Madam President.
Council members, any questions for Ms. Edwards about the salary and wage? If not, we're going right to O&E. Any questions regarding the O&E?
Yes, I do have a question, Council President.
Councilman Coley?
Yeah, going back to the Deputy BA salary, is there a salary range that the council?
There is no salary range for the Deputy BA because that position was not created as we were talking about the reorganization, so that was one of salaries that were not properly created. One of the positions that were not properly created.
So, Council President, to Deputy BA, how did you come up with this salary for yourself?
Councilman Coley, through Madam President, just for clarification of the record, by city ordinance, the position of Assistant Business Administrator was created by the governing body, acting BA, whether the title be that of semantics, whether it be Deputy or Assistant Business Administrator, was created by city ordinance. Secondly, in terms of...
I'm sorry, pause right there, Mr. Edwards. You
Yes.
said the Deputy BA was...
The Assistant Business Administrator
was created by ordinance?
by city ordinance, yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue.
Okay. If you need a copy of that, I can make sure that I can get you a copy of that as well.
So was
Also, as you relate to, just in terms of your question as it relates to how did I come up with my salary?
yes,
I don't determine my salary, the mayor does.
and he's not here to answer any questions tonight.
With respect to my salary, I would be more than willing to provide you also a comparative analysis of other municipalities of like size and credentials and qualifications to justify and stand on my own with respect to the compensation and the amount of due diligence I provide this township on a day-to-day basis.
Are you receiving any stipends at this time?
No, I am not, sir.
Okay.
Madam President,
Are you finished, Councilman Cole?
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
to the Deputy BA, is there a portion of your job duties being handled by the Finance Director?
I think that's a broad scope of the question, but in short, I think we all share.
Does our Finance Director get a stipend for being the purchaser, a certified purchaser?
Yes, that was, he does receive a stipend for being the city's qualified purchasing agent. Yes, he does.
Does that fall under the umbrella of a business administrator?
It can fall under, yes, everything falls up under the umbrella of the business administrator. So the short answer is yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Salaries, O&E? If not, do we have any, Councilman Coley?
I have one more.
Mhm.
Are you, Mr. BA, are you anticipating any, I guess, pay raises for yourself in the future?
What's your question, Councilman Cole? I'm sorry.
Or is he planning on giving himself a pay raise anytime soon?
Mr. Edwards?
Just for clarification, Councilman Coley, I cannot give myself a pay raise. That's only an action that the mayor, as the CEO of the city, and I think during the Citizens Advisory Committee's commentary, I think it's appropriate to note that it's a misnomer to represent that the city council, they are the CEOs. Instead, they are the board of directors. They are the legislative arm, and the mayor is the CEO. I can't give myself an increase,
No, the short answer is no.
no.
Okay.
I think I deserve more. That's another question.
Are there any
All right.
other questions? CBAC? Ms. Harris?
So when you drop the money for the cost of the communications, that's not the fund that you receive monies for the beautiful posters you've been doing? That does not come to that fund? You say you decided to drop that amount, so that must not be under the communications, right?
Well, communications comes in terms of, let me just make sure that I'm clearly understanding when you say
Excuse me.
the representation as it relates to the onus on providing our residents with quality service, which I've come to really understand that's what residents are asking for, quality. So I thank you for first, acknowledging that, Yeoman's job was done in the presentation aspect. But as it relates to printing and plaques and different things of the 1500, all the printing is done centralized now.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. And there, as we just finalize a point here, just in summary, I used to be an auditor for a major financial 500 company, and one of the things that the company had decided was that if we have great salesmen in the company, maybe those great salesmen might be able to manage the company. That company was Aon. And Aon is the second largest risk management company in the world. Well, they put all their salesmen into those top management positions. And the company began to tumble because the great sales folks, the mayor and you and Mr. Matt, we have some of the best orators I've ever seen in Orange. I'm hoping that will continue, sir. But we need the follow through with the detail. We need to make sure our T's are crossed, our I's are dotted, and those monies with the best practices and those corrective action plans and those audits begin to really come through. You've alluded to how you've been changing your team around to focus on some of those things.
Can I just speak to one point with respect to that? Because I want you to speak with factual data.
Let her finish.
Okay, go
Let me
ahead.
finish. We looked at the 2014, 13, 12 audits. We looked at the corrective action plan for 2014, sir, and we looked at the best practices for I have them with me tonight. So we just want to make those T's and those I's hit with the ability to influence. It's there. So let's see if we can see a better job with the back office. They used to say in the old day.
Okay, don't go anywhere, Mr. Scott.
Well, thank you for your comments, and I just want to kind of point out that while the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee is doing a due diligence with respect to the residents of the City of Orange Township, I thank you for your hard work and your dedication to your commitment to providing the best that you can. But I want to make sure that you have factual data to sort of support some of those things that you are expounding. I want to make sure that it's clear that from 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, there were significant numbers of audit findings that were noted by our city financial auditor, Frank McNerney and Associates. What you will notice is during the tenure of these particular professionals that you speak so highly of, you will notice that there has been a decrease in the number of findings to upwards to almost 30%. I would be happy to provide you 50%, where we've gone through a number of these findings, which was never done before. So these individuals are working diligently to address those very concerns. And I want to just kind of point that out to you because I hear that there is questions with regards to salaries, but I want to make sure that the public is well aware that these salaries for these individuals are below the national range and or comparable cities and sizes for the qualifications, experience, and educational needs of these individuals holding these positions. So there's results driven. We're not going from year to year and seeing the same number of audit findings as we have in the past. We've reduced those numbers substantially, and it's my hope, my prayer, that we eradicate all of those audit findings as we continue on this trajectory of reducing by 50%.
Thank you.
Once you have a follow-up, Councilwoman?
I just also,
I just
he
want to say
said
that.
operating from a factual.
You can
and
have
Mr.
cities.
Edwards talking about cities of comparable
hear you.
value,
Can't hear you.
cities that have, that we'll compare. You gotta also consider what the economic and the finances are of those cities. They might be the same, comparable value, but you gotta understand, they have better finances. Some of them have businesses that generate revenue. They have different revenue streams. And as I've said since 2002, we got to find some new money. We keep spending the same dollars over and over, which is the taxpayers. We don't have any new money. And as you compare those cities, compare the new money that they are bringing in that we are not. So,
Well, I definitely want to note for that, Councilwoman Eason, to you, I totally agree with you to some extent. It's an argument that I've made on a number of occasions to the police department when they've come and asked me that we get paid more than some other municipalities or less than other municipalities. But what has become the priority is looking at the money that we currently have and asking ourselves, are we being good stewards of the money that we currently have? And what we found is that we were not being good stewards of the money we currently have under previous direction. Now that we are sort of focusing on those and making some changes, we can begin to address those issues to bringing in additional revenue. But it doesn't make sense for us to bring more water, onto the boat while we have holes going on. And right now we have a number of holes that need to be filled.
And
that's what we've been doing in terms of these
Councilman,
artifacts.
last follow-up question?
yes,
Okay.
Sorry.
those holes in 3 years, they should be 4 years that this administration should have been filled. We have monies that we could have realized in 2014, 2013, and that never were realized because every time you ask why this, somebody would say, well, we understand, we can't afford to do this, we can't afford that. So we've had money sitting out there that should have been in the coffers already. So when you talk about the comparison and things, I understand everything you're saying, but it doesn't add up because there is money that we never realized that you guys could have done if our finance department had done their job. So I don't understand when you say comparing this, you can't do that. You can't do that because we haven't leveraged what we had or could have had we did the right thing. And that's all I have to say, and that should be all you have to say too. Bye.
And no response, no
response, Councilwoman
The councilwoman needs to have the last word. Okay. So we can keep, it's at 8:38 right now. And we're moving to, we're going to administrative salaries and wages. And there are 2 positions in there and a proposed 3 positions. Did you want to speak to the proposed 3 positions?
I'll speak first to the administrative manager of parking and to the 2 part-time personnel. I'm proposing, so in an earlier council meeting, I've indicated to the council that the city of Orange currently receives approximately $50,000 to $100,000 in total revenue from approximately 20% of our parking meters. We currently have no infrastructure, no oversight, no management, and no personnel to either collect the money, oversee the money, and that's, in talking about, and I understand, just to kind of go back, and I don't really want to do this, but I must.
No, you don't. No.
In moving forward, the numbers support that if we have a fully operational parking services structure, that we will be able to realize revenue that we are currently losing
Ms. Edwards,
out.
do you have that report with you?
In terms of
The numbers supporting the report you're speaking.
I will get you that because we've provided that report in the past, and I can sort of provide that report for you again.
Do you have a parking revenue report?
Yes, based on the $100,000 that we were sort of taking in, it was $50,000 to $100,000 that we were taking in on the 20%. I can get you that. I think it's already prepared. So yes, I could probably get you, if not tomorrow, by the day. Give me 48 hours to get that to you.
To the clerk's office. So on page 7,
Yes.
You have the 2 positions.
No, it's 3 positions. It's
What I'm
someone to
saying
oversee.
is 2 that are
2
there.
part-time. Yes.
2 and then 3 that you're proposing. Right, 2 that are there right now in this administrative salary and wages. Jean-Claude and Ms. Harkine, and then 3 proposed.
Yes.
Okay. Is there going to be any change for the title that's in this department that refers to the police department? Or is that going to stay the same?
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding what you're
The
referring
first
to.
position refers to a police staffing position, however, it's in this department. Is that going to change or is that going to
Oh,
stay?
police records clerk? That's her civil service title.
It's going to stay?
At this particular point, there's no effort to sort of change her from the police records clerk
Okay.
unless she goes to vie for another position
Got you.
and maintain her civil service status.
And then the second person is our IT. And
Yes.
he's part-time?
He's an hourly, part-time hourly employee, which he's been giving us, virtually full-time hours. He's been here on the weekends, evenings, just to sort of help maintain an antiquated system.
I have a question.
Sure.
At $40.50 an hour.
40, how much is, you see, $41?
It's $41
Well,
an hour.
2014
Yeah.
base note.
Yes.
So $41 an hour.
Yes. I mean, quite honestly, that's a bargain. We can't really afford to pay at this particular time what it would require for us to have a full-time IT person on staff to manage all of the intricacies of both the fire, the police, and this building. We only have one person virtually running the city's antiquated system.
Councilman
But-
Guap, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I could very well be wrong. I thought we had someone already in place as our IT director. Didn't we have someone already in place as our IT individual? He quit? Oh, thank you.
He quit?
I thought we had John Clark.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we have
All right.
John Clark.
Just
So,
wondering.
and that was my question. Is this a different Jean-Claude?
No, it's the same one.
Same one.
Why is there two different names from budget to budget book?
No, but he's got a long name, so it might just be something that's caught off on his name. But it's John Claude. There's been no change with it. It's John Claude.
And the first name, John Claude is his
It's,
last
I
name?
think it's Kwame, Jean Claude, Kwame
Well,
something.
here
It's Mallet.
Mallet.
Yeah, it's Jean Mallet Claude Kwame Mallet. It's he has about 4 or 5 names.
See the accent. You don't
No,
have
Jean
I heard the French accent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Stop with the accent, please.
Jean Claude is the last name, right?
So I have a question.
Okay.
For the record, I know it's who it is.
Okay.
Malay is the last name.
Oh,
I just
Malay
have-
is the last.
Malay is the last name.
Okay, that's fine.
So it's the same.
So my other questions are this. So it looks like our media analysts went away, which I'm thinking that we'll need since broadcasting will be revived, if that's not correct.
Yes, that's happening.
So the media analyst, there's no, or was he in another department? Council colleagues, help me. Was he in another department? I don't think so.
Jean Claude?
No, the media analyst.
Is that Mr. Royce?
No.
He's not here anymore, is he?
He's not.
Who's the media analyst?
Gessner. Gessner.
Oh, that's the one that you wanted, that was here seasonally, yes. Okay.
So I don't see that person.
And you
In the
want to see
budget.
him?
Exactly. If,
I got you.
if broadcasting is going to be revitalized, I definitely want to see that person. I've been on Mr. Edwards and the administration about broadcasting for quite some time now.
And I just want to note that most of the equipment has come in, and
So the person operating it, where's that person at in this budget?
it is the pleasure of the council to always budget what they deem to sort of give or take away from the administration. If you'd
No,
like to
where's
add
Mr.
something to
Royce
it.
that we're
Okay.
asking?
Excuse me.
Where's Mr. Royce?
He was in community
He's
services.
in community services.
Royster was in community services.
And is that, 1 second, council members, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Butler, was that who you're referring to as
Yes,
Director of IT?
that's who I was referring to.
Is he still Director of IT, Mr. Royce?
Yes, he is.
And he was in community services.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was there.
I'm
And then
looking
my
at
question is, so Mr.
Your
Edwards.
recommendation is to put Gessner.
Oh, yeah,
Well, we
to
can't we can't put people in. He's still there, Councilwoman, page 87.
You want a budget appropriation for additional?
No, my question is, okay, so that's one concern, that the media analyst is no longer there, but my
Sir,
question
page 87.
is, who was going to operate the new equipment if there's no appropriation for that particular person?
Madam President, through you to Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Again, I'll just say that the administration was trying to do more with less.
Okay, so here we go.
These are more or less.
Next questions. Parking, okay, so administrative, manager, parking, and the 2 part-time parking personnel. My concern with this is that is $110,000? And so, best guess estimate when we would be replacing the old equipment on the parking meters, I think the best, oh, okay, so 85,000, I'm sorry.
Well, was that
$85,000.
an error? You should note that, because is that an error, or was that in purpose?
Is it 110 or 85?
Yeah, it's 60 plus.
Because it's not all the way
25.
over.
Look
plus
all the way
25.
over.
One of them is
One
at
of them
zero.
is X'd out.
So that
One
should
of them
be,
is at 0.
Right.
I'm sorry, then that's
So it's
definitely.
85?
Yeah, so you come up with the
definitely
182.90.
in a way,
Okay.
get carried.
okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay, so
That's-
my question is that amount of money is deducting from the revenues that we would actually receive from the parking. So I'm not sure why are we doing that? What were the estimated parking revenues that we would receive once we replace the antiquated equipment?
in excess of $400,000 to $500,000.
I don't
Currently,
think that was the number that was initially quoted to us.
well, let me just be clear. We only have 20% of our meters currently working, and we're receiving between $75,000 and $100,000 on 20% of our meters. The plan calls for us to replace all 476 meters throughout the city, citywide. It is safe to project that we will have substantial revenue to cover these particular fees. And I just want to also add that we had no individual who was giving summons dedicated to giving summons outside of those assistance that we received from the police department.
Okay, again, that was not the number that was projected. I'll have to go back and look at my parking meter notes. Do you know what the number was?
I
Councilwoman
was
Easton?
told when we were talking about the meters, we were down to collecting 50,000 in meters collection, not 100.
That's when we went to 10% of our meters being operable.
Or whatever. It was $50,000 was the most we were getting. That's why we needed the new meters.
Councilwoman, I just want to note that was with
Let her
10%.
finish.
Oh, let her finish.
Okay, go ahead,
I
Councilwoman.
forgot my darts. On the where you said administrative, where is that salary range noted?
For the administrative manager, Councilwoman?
Yeah. How do we get to 60,000? Why does it have? Can it be lower?
Is this a civil service position? No?
No.
So why couldn't we start? What is the salary range?
Through you, Madam President, may I answer?
It has to be created.
Again, I looked at other cities who offer those services. I looked at East Orange, I looked at South Orange, I looked at Montclair and asked what was the range that they were currently paying for a supervisor that did the basic functions that we were looking for a person to do. Even a municipality as small as South Orange, the person that served as the director salary is actually twice the amount. So this number of, and that's Mr. Harkin or Larkin, I forget his name right after, but we consulted him when we were putting together some numbers. But his salary is roughly about $120,000. We are being very conservative, and it is our hope that we can get someone who can actually have the foresight to kind of do this at that particular range. And that was based on a supervisory salary.
I'm making a recommendation that we reduce that to 45, and each of the part-timers go down to 20. We're not South Orange. We don't have that kind of money. So
Make sure you note that, so when the council does its due diligence, we'll remember to do that.
we take it down to 45.
Well,
I'm
have to
sure you can
reduce
find
one to
somebody to do
25.
that at 45,000 a year.
Can I just note what the responsibilities are? I mean,
you're going to do a presentation about parking. Let's do it at that time, not here. But and also, it has to be properly created. I think we're putting the cart before the horse. So you're recommending.
We need to do some calling ourselves just to see, because East Orange has a different meter system than we do,
And
and
it's a
South Orange
much
has a
larger
different meter
right,
system. So I think we need to look at. I mean, they're making more than a brand new cop coming on, risking his life every day. So
Council President,
Councilman Corbett.
as it is now, as this book represents, the 2015 budget recommendation is $102,900. That's not accurate, because you're saying that the other position for the $25,000 should be included in that. It shouldn't be zeroed out.
that was done in terms to providing a balanced budget, if it were able to, but with the current recommendations of reducing the.
Don't even throw that piece in there yet. We're just talking about what we have right here tonight. All right? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. So what is actual then is 207,000, 2079, as opposed to 182.9, because we're throwing back that $25,000 that's zeroed out. Is that right? Should that be there?
No, if we reduce the amount that if we make the recommendations to reduce the amounts that Councilwoman Easton is suggesting, I think we'll find that it's a wash. Because she's
I
recommending.
don't want to go on her recommendation because
Oh,
that
okay.
has not been
Right.
approved yet. So I'm
Absolutely.
only basing it on what's actually in front of us tonight.
The answer is yes.
Thank you.
The-
So should
And 25,000 is missing. It wasn't
Error.
carried across.
okay. So it should be 2079.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
So we're reducing it.
When we get to that, we will.
When we get to that
Let's
part,
slice it.
okay. And again, the IT person, I'm just gonna note it for the record, is not a part of the contractual. He was not a part of the Amoeba contract, so that raise shouldn't have been given. So I'm just noting on this page. That's not a contractual.
So we're taking that out too.
Council President,
Councilman Coley?
regarding the IT
Yes, sir.
person, deputy administrator, is he receiving benefits, health benefits?
No, he doesn't.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions on salary and wages for the administrative services? If not, we're moving to O&E.
I do have a quick
Oh.
question. I also noticed that the administrative clerk is missing from last year's.
Was it an actual position? Was there somebody's name there, or was it a proposed?
Which were you?
Moved. I think they moved it.
Who was the administrative clerk?
Watkins.
Oh, she was in the previous
Oh,
department.
remember we took
Oh,
that away
but-
last year. That was a stipend.
We didn't take the stipend away, because
didn't
that's
take the
contractual. Did we take it away?
Well,
You'll see
she
it
wasn't
under
listed.
HR.
She had a
It's
stipend
under
of 20.
HR.
She had of $20,000, and they
Right.
said that was to do.
It's
it
in
wasn't-
HR, Councilwoman, it's coming up.
It's just moved.
Yeah, but I'm saying we took it out of here last year.
It's just not the same line item.
That's
It's moved.
negotiated. Okay, so that's coming up, Councilwoman Gore Butler.
Okay.
Yeah, we did move that whole salary
To the law
But it-
department.
to
It's
the law
there.
department last year.
No, we moved the EEO to the law department.
Yeah, that's
The
what that
affirmative
was.
action.
This is. She was acting an
No, that's her
administrative
HR
clerk, and
stipend.
it was EEO.
She's getting a stipend for HR. She's getting a contractual stipend for HR. O&E, are there any questions? They requested 263,700. Finance brought it down to 100,000. Are there any more recommended cuts, decreases to this department? You want to take out the binder clips?
No, it's
I don't know how people still need binder clips, the way it's circulating.
All the time.
That goes back to
Councilwoman? Yeah.
Ms. Lascari reduced it, but she didn't reduce the column amounts.
You looking to the right, her, in italics, 100,000, right under it.
Right.
100,000, then there's 3,000. See the 122.4, right next to it is 100,000?
Yeah, I see that.
And then she did that all the way going down. So the 3,000 stayed, the 26 was brought down to 14,000. She reduced them. Did you reduce them all? So one,
I have,
go ahead, Councilman Barbara.
I'm under rentals and leases. Didn't we just get 2 copiers for the police department?
When did we get, yeah, but the police department, we did.
And
Where
now
you
we
at?
have
Where you,
$34,000 in copiers under rentals and leases.
page,
Page 10.
okay.
So we just leased 2
Page 10.
last council meeting.
Yeah, we got paid each.
Page
Yeah,
10.
it's a
I'm
monthly
sorry,
fee.
monthly fee. We leased it.
It's not page 10?
35,000?
Yeah, 34,000.
34.
Budgeted amount.
Is that part of the new copies that we ordered? And Mr.
Yes.
Scarry? Mr. Scarry?
I believe that took into consideration the new ones as well. Keisha?
Ms. Knight? And White, also the question of when will the council receive the list of all the copiers throughout the city?
Ms. Knight, can you just answer from your seat, please?
No, she cannot. She got to answer the mic.
I'll pass her a mic.
Oh,
Well, here's a
He
mic
doesn't,
right
he
here.
doesn't, he doesn't
I-
want her to.
okay, can you answer the question, Miss? I got you, Miss. I know your concern. And with that being stated, Ms. Knight, we're gonna can you answer the question, or can we get back? No. I said I can tell them. Oh, you can come up and tell them. Go ahead. You can come up and tell them.
You want to?
You falling out the chair? I thought you falling out the chair.
That wasn't on camera.
What's your jacket? Get caught up underneath that wall.
Yeah.
Ms. Edwards?
Yes, the copiers are included under this particular proposal, and the police department did receive under this agreement.
So this is a monthly, what's this 35?
No, this is the annual.
This is the annual for all the copiers in the city. And
It's not an annual for the entire,
oh, for the city hall and police
for
department.
City Hall and Police.
Okay. And Ms. Edwards, so you notice council is waiting for a list of all copiers, data purchase, and I guess the forecast of when they have to be replaced, and the same thing for computers. Okay.
Well, yes, I think we're pulling that together right now. I think the copies are a little bit easier to kind of pull together because we just basically moved from one lease to another lease, and it was a reduction. But as far as the,
It's a lot of money.
what was the other thing? I'm sorry.
Okay, and just letting you know, and the computers. So.
Oh, and the computers is something in the bond which we're talking with the state now, and sort of, you know, and hopefully we'll be able to come back to the council to do a major purchase with that.
Okay. Council members, are there any other questions on O&E?
Yes, Council President.
Councilman Johnson?
On page 10,
Mm-hmm.
Public Communications MBD strategies.
Yes.
What do we have at?
Ms. Edwards?
It has been the practice of the governing body as well as the administration to always have a communications arms that would go out in addition to internal communications. And it was our hope to continue that and sort of getting out with specialized services to make sure that we have adequate representation.
Mr. Johnson?
Representation for the city
Yes, and for the council.
and for the council.
Yes, sir.
We are the city.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you, Councilman Gold Butler.
No, I said we are the city.
But both Brent, yeah, so.
Public community. I remember when I first got elected as a council person, somebody reached out to me for data that they was going to do something for the council and so forth. And is this the same operations because the person has kind of disappeared?
Yes.
And I never heard from them before.
Ran out of money.
They ran out of money?
We ran out of money.
They was on the bill list. We was appropriating a lot of.
No,
3,000 per bill list.
it was 3,000 per bill list. The requested amount, the negotiated amount that we went through, and previously we were spending roughly $45,000 for this service. We were able to procure a person's firm, MBD Strategies, at $36,000, but given the appropriation, we weren't able to go above, and as a result of that, we were hoping to receive additional resources allocations towards it, which we didn't get, so they were kind of left out. We would love to bring them back because I think they are a great asset to both the council and to the administration.
So in this budget line item, this is what we're attempting to do: bring these people back.
Yes.
Because the young lady that reached out to me has all my personal information,
Yes.
and nothing ever happened. So I'm kind of
And that's what it was.
leery
Councilman.
that somebody has all my personal information. I really worked hard to get her that information, and it just died down.
And trust me, she really wants to work hard for you, Councilman.
You forgot too. Huh? I'm finished.
The new Oprah you talking about?
No,
No.
this was Davis. Oh, can't say
But,
that.
but the thing about, why isn't that something that Mr. Royster can do?
Oh, okay. Miss
Is it-
Davis.
Councilwoman Easton?
Why isn't that part of his job?
It is in terms of part of his responsibilities. Again, when we look at the total responsibilities of communications of a city of our size to the outside general public, it requires more than just what it was. I mean, if we go historically, to the city had,
Mr.
you know, and again,
So you basically, because it's 9 o'clock. and
I'm
we
sorry.
have others. So basically, is Mr. Royce's role in this oversight?
in addition to that, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
The only problem I have with that, we can't afford it, so I think it should be part of, I'm making a recommendation that it be part of Mr. Royce's job, and we save that money towards the purchase of the Y.
Okay.
Please note it, Councilwoman
You
Houston.
don't get no objection.
To 16,000. Are there any other questions, Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
I do. I see the substitute public defenders here.
Were you at Councilwoman?
Same,
Substitute
professional-
public defenders, okay.
right, is that, in the correct department?
Administration?
Yes, it goes in
Okay.
administration.
Okay.
Are there any other questions regarding O&E? If not, can I have?
Council
Councilman
President, I apologize for this. But I'm sitting here listening to a lot of things that WBA is saying, and I'm just trying to take everything in that he's saying regarding the city ordinance regarding the deputy BA or assistant
Assistant
BA.
BA?
I don't think our city ordinance calls for a deputy BA or assistant. I think this calls for a business administrator. And I believe you stated that it calls for an assistant or deputy BA.
And that's gonna, and I think.
Through you, Madam President, I just want to say I'm not going to go by what I think it is. I'm just going to point out the facts and provide you the factual information. And then when I'm given that opportunity, I'll give you the factual information and not what I think it is.
So that
I
means you're
don't-
gonna provide us what the charter says.
Well,
And if you ask the clerk can also provide you with the same copy I'm going to request from her.
No, we're gonna get it from you, and we're gonna,
I can
let's
get it.
agree to disagree at this point, and then you provide it, and
Okay.
we'll respond, okay.
Council President,
Yes, sir.
And we need the code that specifically
Yes.
says that.
can I ask our legislative
In just
research
a
officer?
second, I'm sending with, yes. When he came up here, I asked him to do that, and he's gonna do a memo for the council.
All right.
Are there
Thank
any other questions can I have a CBAC?
Keep my knees warm.
I know it's cold. It's something, I don't understand why it's cold in here.
I don't have a question. I'm just going to repeat Mr. Edwards' quote. I'm going to say it's the quote of the day, it's the quote of the week, and it's going to be the quote of the year. Quote, residents are asking for quality service. 8:30 p.m. it was stated tonight. I'm hoping that this is put on the record for every director, for every department, because you're right. Residents and the city council are asking for quality service. Thank you, Mr.
We're not
Edwards.
asking, we're demanding.
Okay.
Well, she's quoting,
All right. Thank you.
and you're taking it up a notch.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Is that all from the CBAC? Okay, we're moving on to the Office of the Public Defender. Office of the Public Defender, page 11, has two attorneys. Good to see Mr. Johnson's back now.
Is that subject to contract increase?
No. Thank you, Councilwoman. There are two positions.
Madam President,
Ms. Edwards.
if I just may mention, that was part of the plan that we brought forward from the courts with respect to the adding of the third judge. There were certain requirements that we had to meet in order to support the third judge. So as a result of meeting those requirements for the third judge adding, it required that we bring on a court aide, additional public defender, where we had two public defenders. It required that we bring in another public defender, and it was something else, but that was a part of the.
There's still only two people.
It's only two people.
Yeah.
It's only two people.
I don't think we would question it.
Okay.
We just took away the contractor increase.
Okay.
Yes, I got rid of the contract and I
That's
just
all. That's
brought the guy in.
Okay.
Moving on.
Moving on, Councilman
I have
Coley?
one. Yeah, he just brought up a comment
Mm-hmm.
regarding the third judge. I didn't get a chance to ask the Judge Fuller the other night regarding that third judge, that backlog of cases that was so critical in hiring this third judge. How are we, as far as we're chipping away at those backlogs of cases?
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to say, Councilman Coley, that we received communications from the Superior Court complimenting us on the outstanding job that we're doing in reducing those and moving cases forward. And the numbers are off the chart. We're doing a great job. The new judge is outstanding, and she's helping to reduce a much needed backlog and to sort of handle all of the caseload that's coming through. So we're very happy and very pleased at what's happening over there.
Councilman.
Okay, one last question. So, with her working so, I guess, good with the our current judges, this backlog should be no more, I guess, sometime soon, or?
Well, I think it's the understanding is that it's not just about handling the backlog. We were creating a backlog because there was so much of an overflow that if we eliminated the backlog, we would still have another backlog if we sort of eliminated her. So the courts are now looking at sort of giving the city of Orange a permanent third judge to maintain its
I figured
flow.
I knew you was going to say that.
Yes.
What Judge Fuller actually did say, if you recall, I don't know if you heard, he mentioned that with the addition of the third judge, they were able to move into some specialized courts. Well, they have now they have a code enforcement day and a domestic violence day, and that helps them to focus. He did speak to that.
And Councilman Williams, I did some feedback, asked for some feedback. I understand she's doing an excellent job. She's moving those cases. She's not letting things linger. As they come in, she's moving them on out. So she's moving them very fast.
Yep.
Moving to page the operating expense of the public defenders, it's $800. Are there any questions? Going to this proposed new department of HR, Ms. Edwards, could you give us a 3-minute summary of this proposed new department?
And I'll just be very brief. With respect to human resources, it is necessary, it is critical that we establish professionals. I'm not looking at establishing a new department, but a human resources manager and support personnel to aid and assist them in the effort to keeping us compliant, which we are not in compliance. The city has not been in compliance for many, many years. It is not a function that can be handled by any one particular person. It requires that we handle it with the due proper diligence that we should.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes, sir.
if this is granted by the council, where are you going to put those people? What office? Where are they going to work out of?
Mr. Edwards?
With the, it is with our express desire with the expansion of the recreation department to the Orange Rec. We will have space available.
Because you're moving people out.
We'll be moving people out, moving people around throughout City Hall.
Council President, I'd like to make a recommendation. I don't agree with us having 3 new people and Ms. Watkins. And since Ms. Watkins is already supporting Mr. Edwards, I would venture to say we bring on 1 person for human resources and have them have either full-time administrative assistant and remove the $20,000, because I also think in human resources, if you're going to bring on a person to do that, they should have a dedicated person for the confidentiality of the information.
Wow.
So I think that we need to take the 20. This is my recommendation. We remove the 20,000 from Ms. Watkins. We bring on the full-time person, and we give them either a full-time administrative assistant, so there's backup.
I'm thinking, Councilwoman, I'm gonna go back to when I was little. Remember the young lady, the woman that used to be HR, when I was, and her daughter worked at the police department? Was she actually HR? That this is
Oh,
going
you
back to
talking
80.
about Aunt Joyce? But Joyce did that by
But
herself.
was she HR only?
She dedicated to benefits and HR.
She was, so we did have it.
So that's
before.
what I'm saying.
Mhm.
I think in order to make it more efficient, we stop sharing people and let that person have a full-time administrative assistant. So in case that person is out, that administrative assistant can carry on where she left off.
Council President, through Council President, let me just
Yes.
kind of add to this to just simply say, if that be the will of the body, that we make an orderly transition in sort of doing something. You know, I would be very fearful of just bringing in a new HR person, a new HR administrator, cutting Ms. Watkins out of the equation, and expecting that person to get on speed. And I just want to also note, although I put in
But that's
75.
fine, but in every job that you do, there's always that transitional period. I just think you bring in a new HR person, you need a full-time administrator, and let the transition happen with Ms. Watkins passing off to somebody else that's gonna pick that up. I mean, just like she learned it, somebody else can do the same thing. So I'm just saying, to make it work as a human resource department, it needs to be self-contained and not be all over the place. So that is my recommendation.
Mr. President?
Mr. Matt?
And the reason I would like to weigh in on this is because this affects not only finance, but it affects the entire organization. I would like to recommend, at a minimum, that in addition to Ms. Watkins, that there be 2 additional people to form the HR department.
Division.
Yes. We're talking about the enrollment of pensions, the folks into the pension system, the onboarding of new employees, salary calculations, personnel action forms, disability short and long term, unemployment verification, health benefits, insurance, and employee time and attendance, IRS health benefits reporting, that's a new requirement. There's a lot that needs to be done that's not getting done. This is a city with over 400 employees, and we don't have people to do these functions. And so it is critically important that something be done. And I think we need 2 people that are solely dedicated to the HR function.
Thank you for the
In
recommendation.
addition to
Thank you.
the
One
HR
second.
manager.
Thank you
I'm
for the
sorry.
recommendation, Mr. Matt. So you can have one response, Councilwoman Easton.
Mr. Mapp, the mayor has already agreed that he needs to bring on a person just to do calculations, and going back to 2009, wherever you were talking about that other night, all that stuff that's missing that you guys can get done. He's already agreed he's going to hire somebody to do that on a temporary basis so that we can get up to speed, because a lot of those calculations were incorrect that was done by your department. So I agree with you there. So if that's the case, that you want to hire 2 people to make sure this is functioning properly, I'm saying bring in 2 people and a full-time administrative assistant. That way we have that whole department sort of. I just think this cross thing back and forth and Ms. Watkins being out and certain things not getting done, we need to have somebody there that's there just for the sole purpose of dedicated time to human resources. Because of all the stuff you outlined is true, she can't do both jobs. We've seen that in the past. So I'm saying, so if the council agrees, my recommendation is bring in 2 full-time people and a full-time administrative clerk. Take the $20,000 that Ms. Watkins is getting and put it towards those new personnel.
Madam President,
Mr. Edwards?
so just for clarity purposes, what we're talking about is 3 individuals, 1 being the HR manager and 2 dedicated personnel staff members to support the HR manager.
Councilwoman Easton, is that what you were saying?
Right, 1 and 2, 1 being an full-time administrative assistant.
Yes.
Full-time.
Full-time
Because
HR manager.
piecemealing one person over here one day is not working.
No,
It's not.
Hasn't
Councilwoman, we
worked.
just clarified, so you're saying the HR supervisor and 2 staff people?
And 2 staff people.
Okay.
Yes.
Council President?
Councilman Coley?
I don't agree, one moment, I
sorry.
don't agree possibly with the salary level that you, because we still don't have a salary range for that job, do we?
For the HR manager, unfortunately, I'm requesting the 125 in this particular budget, but from the time that this was presented and the numbers that I've received from comparable qualifications that we would need in order to create many of the policies that the city is lacking, an experienced, qualified person salary range is closer to the 90-120 range and not 75 range.
All right, so
But
that's
we're not bringing in 2 people at 75,000.
No. I'm talking about the HR manager.
Okay.
so
The
you're
salary
talking
range is at 75 from the time that it was initially proposed, and sort of finding out some of the back information, the range is closer to 90 to 120 as opposed to 75.
Just a second, Mr.
So-
Edwards. Are you talking about an HR director?
HR manager.
So it would be sort of a deputy director of HR is what you're saying.
In essence,
Okay, so and they will fall under the business administrator,
yes.
and there would be a director HR, another arm of okay.
So, okay, so I'm listening to the discussion back and forth, and this concerns me on a number of levels, but initially because we're talking about hiring parking personnel, we're talking about hiring human resources personnel, and we're still not really talking about hiring police officers and putting police officers on the streets. So this concerns me on a number of levels. I understand that Councilwoman Eason probably has an up close and personal view of the discrepancies going on under the human resource arm of the administration. But at the same time, I'm going to have a counter recommendation because this is putting the cart before the horse. This is avant-garde, if you want to say that, because if you don't even have a place to put these people right now. You have a contingency Y agreement. It's a lease. Hold on, and I don't need you to respond. I need to make my statement. You have a contingency YWCA agreement that is not necessarily finalized. So you don't have a place for these people to sit, and we're talking about hiring people, and we need police officers. That's the priority here, and you'll always hear me go back to that. Sometimes I think we get it wrong when we're talking about priorities. I think we say one thing and we do another. So I need to make sure that if we're going to go forward with this, well, I don't even want to say if we're going to go forward with this. My recommendation will be very counterproductive or counteractive to what your recommendation is, which means eliminate this until we can really do some proactive planning and analysis.
Oh, Council.
That's my concern.
Councilwoman Eason?
Councilwoman Gordon Butler, I
listening.
understand, but this is a state requirement that we have we should have had one. We did have one. I don't. But also, if you notice the big office that Mr. Willis redesigned in the back where Joyce used to sit, why can't they go in there?
Councilwoman and Mr.
There's
Edwards.
nobody in that big office. He just redesigned it. And they put all new carpet. So there's enough room in there for those to make that the human resource office. You know what office I'm talking about? The one that Joyce used to sit in and Marion Madison sat in the back?
Okay, yes.
That's a whole another vacant place that they can go in.
Councilwoman Eason? Councilwoman Butler.
No, I'm
I'm just
listening.
saying with the
I'm
other
listening,
side.
and
No,
we'll-
I'm not. I hear you, and I'm saying, Mr. Edward, I think this is a conversation for this because this is the proposed, and some things have to be created. The personnel assistant, what it sounds to me like the staff manager, staff assistant is the personnel assistant is something that's already in there. It's the manager, the supervisor, but I think that's going to have to be a conversation in terms of structurally the reorganization for us, the city, because this department is not in here or this sub-department is not in there, so we have to do that. But prior to the budget being completed, so it has to be presented.
Council President?
Councilman Coley?
I got to learn how to jump in there.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. I have to agree with Councilwoman Butler. And in addition to this, not unless my eyes didn't see it, I don't see no mention of the operation of the YWCA.
right.
And we don't know how much that's going to cost us to operate the facility once it's up and running. There's no mention. And
That's
now
why I said it's a discussion.
so
right
Yeah.
now.
so we
That's separate right now.
no, that's not separate because
Don't answer her, Councilman Cole. Just
I apologize, but anyway, that has to be included somewhere in this budget. I don't see it.
And this as well. That's why I'm saying because this will be a new division of the business of the administration department, so it has to be a discussion for a later date because it's gonna take too much time here. But it's so noted.
It's going to take too much time and too much money.
Thank you, Councilman Colby. But it has to, because you're presenting a new, and it has to be done correctly, so we have to make time to come back. No, Councilman Corbett.
Council President, on the right side on page 13, you'll see one of the $50,000 is crossed out. Should it or should it not be included in this?
Page 13,
Page 13.
the 50,000 to the right,
Yes,
Mr. Edwards,
Mr. Matt.
second vacant,
The second vacancy was eliminated. To,
is eliminated?
was eliminated
Okay.
to,
Got you.
in order to get us under our proposed budget cap.
Right.
In terms of what our needs are, we're looking to try to do as much as we possibly can.
Oh, so right now, presenting.
We need
So this 125 is actual,
which-
as far as this current book is concerned.
Yes, it's
Okay,
actual.
thank you.
Thank you.
Council
One
President,
second, Councilman, let me get to Councilman Johnson.
Council President,
Yes.
I,
Yes, sir.
I would like to know if there's has there been any impact, any study on how these new employees that weren't on the books last year are going to affect the employee health benefits? And are we looking on these individual pages as some concrete numbers that we can say we can either give them a raise or decut? But what's going to be the impact on the soft money behind all these new employees coming in? Is somebody figured it out? I'm looking at page 59, which we don't have to go to now, but I don't even know if that increase accounts for new employees, or just from an increase from last year from the employees we already had. So that we got to take that in consideration. These new employees coming. Well, what's the soft money behind each one of those new clock numbers?
Mr. Matt, when we create, can you flip to 59 real quick? 59? Page.
Page 59. Okay.
When this budget was created, I see contingent new employees right below it, okay. So, all right, so you didn't consider 100,000 for new employees, okay, that's my question.
Where is it at?
See right under hospital major medical, it says employees 3.3, and then right below it, it says. I'm sorry, Councilman Corbin? Page 59, tab 8, yes. It was, you see it?
Page 59, you see
100,000?
You see it?
right here.
Oh, it's buried in here.
All right, so,
That's
Well,
the
we
guesstimate.
Councilwoman Williams.
Councilwoman Neeson?
100,000.
And the one thing I'm going to say, in fact, I was just going to read you guys. The reason that I say we need human resources is because Ms. Knight got up here the other night and told us that the mayor sent out the letter, that it was only one person. Lo and behold, did I get an email the next day. That was never resolved. So somebody's not telling the truth
What was that, Ms. Alcantara?
about the payrolls and the pension. And Mr. Mapp is
Okay.
absolutely right. We need somebody that's gonna do those calculations so our employees' pensions and because if they retire today, their pensions are all screwed up. They're never gonna get the right dollar amount.
Okay.
That's why I said, I don't care if you cut it to one person and one administrative assistant. We need a human resources department that's dedicated to that. Because right after that, I sent an email and I wanted to know was the employees' stuff resolved. Ms. Knight got up here and said it was. That was not true. It was never resolved. The deductions have never been reconciled. So when they go down there to finance right now, all they do is tell them, oh, it's worked out, but it's not true. So that's why I'm saying we need somebody that's dedicated to doing that. And in the meantime, the mayor has committed that he's looking for somebody to do that because we got to get these issues resolved for the employees, for their benefit, for their pensions, and whatever goes with that. And that's why we do need a human resource person. I know we need police officers, but that won't matter either way if their money is not correct because all we do is get lawsuits and we incur more expense and more expense and more expense behind the lawsuits. So if you want to cut it to one person, an administrative assistant, I don't really care. But all I'm saying, this is a need that we need to make this city viable and make sure that the money is going where it should be going.
And Councilwoman, and I don't even think, I know Councilwoman Butler came with a different view, but I don't think anybody disagrees. I think we just have to be able to pay for what we're doing. And that's why, and being that this is a new division, it has to come back and be approved and done the right way. That's
And that's
what I'm,
fine,
but that's why I
we
said,
need to move
before the
forward on
budget,
that.
before we get to the public hearing, we have to bring it back properly. So the HR salary and wages, we're complete there. If there are no more questions with the salary rate and wages, are there any questions on the O&E?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler.
Okay, so, what is the difference between the legal advertisements and the job listings and event ads? Well, not the event ads, but the job listings.
The legal advertising, that's when we have to put like the ordinances and things.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the job listings is when you're actually going to place an ad for a position?
Mhm.
Okay. And then how did you get this number 8,000? This is a new
Edwards?
department, right?
Well,
665 and 15.
No, I see
It's-
that. Wise guy.
I didn't mean to be a wise guy. I'm really tired. I'm really tired. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It's just,
No, I really am.
How did you
I'm yarning.
prorate this? Let me be specific.
How
why
about
would
the
a
job
job
fair
fair
cost
cost $7,500?
location and
I think it's with respect to the miscellaneous, and I think it just has that job fair in there. One of the things that we did in the development of a O&E for the human resources, it's a new area that we don't have a baseline to kind of go on. So what we used was the amount of mailings that would be required to keep up with some of the postage necessary, not just the postage, the number of letters that have to go out, talk about new policies, new procedures, the untangibles that we don't have an area to sort of kind of put a handle on exactly what would be needed. As a baseline, I think $8,000, it is our hope that it's sufficient, but it may prove to be very insufficient in terms of what that number is. But I think it's prudent for us to at least put something in the budget in terms of the Human Resources Division being able to communicate and or make sure policies are in place. In addition to that, when we talk about miscellaneous, there are a number of things that we are currently not providing for, and it may be required that we may have to look back in terms of professional services, whether it be for certain types of training, whether it be for we're doing something now which I'm under emergency direction in terms of sexual harassment training. The city is sort of doing that right now, where there is nothing that was ever appropriated for that type of training, and that would have been something that would have been under the Human Resources Division that would have normally taken care of those particular areas or being compliant.
I thought that the new payroll system that we got provided for professional development services as well. You can access benefits. With that scanner, you're supposed to be able to do all of that. Access your benefits, your time, your hours.
Oh, you're talking about look it up online.
That's
Okay.
right. But not only in addition to that, I thought they offered other services such as sexual harassment and things of that nature,
Mr. Matt,
and
Well-
other professional services.
you know what, the payroll company.
What is it?
It's
Balance?
an a la carte.
Balance, yes.
Balance point? Something, whatever.
Payroll company would order seminars on sexual harassment.
They have professional
Ms. Edwards,
development.
wait, they clarified, Councilwoman Butler, but the first thing is being able to access your information.
Yes, and that is a part of what we paid for. One of the challenges right now is that we need to get data so that it can be entered into the system, so that employees will be able to access the system, see how many vacation days they have, sick days, and so on and so forth, as well as look at their W-2 information, their W-4 for their deductions and so on. So that is capability of the system. We just haven't been able to populate that data into the system as of yet.
Councilwoman,
Yeah,
and,
that didn't answer my question, but thank you.
well, answer the first portion, correct?
Right. Which
But the professional,
the
regarding,
professional development was more to the question that I had. I thought they also offer professional development services.
I am not aware of that, and that wouldn't seem to me to be an offering from a payroll company.
Well, I know, well, I don't even want to say.
okay.
I have had an experience where payroll companies do offer that, including ADP.
As a,
I mean, if you're talking about the training for the users of the system, then certainly yes. But I don't know what professional development you're referring to.
and you guys have a conversation,
That, yeah.
okay.
So, I guess I do have a concern about that $7,500 for the job fair event.
It's
So as a first year, and I guess we have to get to, if this division was implemented, are you suggesting that maybe we go a little bit more conservative and bring it down to maybe 3,000?
That's a recommendation. My recommendation would be 0, but okay.
Okay. Are there any other? CBAC? Kicking people, Larissa.
Good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon.
Good
Okay,
evening.
good evening.
Morning.
We have a little introduction to this section called Back to Basics. Very, very short. We did a research for cities throughout America to see what we're looking for. The number one thing still in America, in a town of our size, is safety, police, and fire first. Police and fire first. No matter how you look at it, we've got to be able to protect. We can't use any of the visualization of everything that's actually being developed in Orange because we're not even sure of the security that's going to be able to be there for these facilities that we're responsible for. So we can't forget the police and fire. We also know, I worked here. We need a human resources department. I worked here. You don't even want to hear of the tragedies I went through. So, laws, all the things Mr. Mapp had identified. The thing that we would caution is let's not duplicate any salaries again. We're still trying to figure out what the chief of staff does in relationship to human resources responsibilities, if any. And that's a lot of money she's making, or that person's making, excuse me. And so when we say yes to something, it seems in this town, when the council says yes, the other part of the expense doesn't seem to drop. And we don't seem to get the feedback, sir, on Ms. Cooper didn't do anything, or that position didn't do anything with HR. And then at least we would be better to understand that the new jobs would be all HR. But so trying to keep that money. If you wanted to know this level of what the internet said on research for these small towns real quick, safety was first, police and fire. How about prosperity? Access to good jobs if you can't get it in your town. Educational system is still up there as number 1. Property ownership, commercial business, and offering excellent rentals. The health facilities accessible to. Culture, community arts. Taxes came down pretty low, but fair, non-abusive, and commensurate with services offered. And then local government, fiscal responsibility actually was number 1 in most of this, by the way. Fiscal responsibility. But we do support the human resources with due diligence, job descriptions in detail so we can approve in the council what we think is acceptable. And then complete blowout communication like you do with so many things, sir, so the community knows why we're doing it would be appreciated. But not the big, big posters, the little posters.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Moving on to the municipal. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Griffin.
And that's around the human resources.
Yes, sir.
I think that there's a need, and somewhere along the way we have to do it, a need for a director of human resources. This is a certified person, a person who's been trained, a person who has experience in this. You can get a lot of help, folks, from Rutgers University that has a lot of resources that help in this particular area. We've used them on athletic fields, other athletic facilities. They have, and human resources is another thing because they do have it all in the education department. That's one of the things you need to look at. And I'm going to tell you what a good human resource person, whether you're going to hire them full-time, hire them as a consultant, can do a job for you. For us, I'm sorry, for the city. we have a whole lot of other areas that human resources has to be involved in now. We've talked about sexual harassment that's been going on for years, so we have to do that. We also have to talk about sexual identification too now, because that's where a lot of lawsuits are coming, and that's where a lot of companies and beside education and government institutions are getting into these legal battles that are going on. And we really need to make sure that we as a city we're able to do these type of things. Now, we might not have the money to hire a person full-time to take care of all this stuff, but you start with that, because if you keep those records handy and everything is in there, and I know it's going to take a long time to get it done, that we are going to be better off within the next 18 months of doing some of this thing. So from our point of view, sitting over here, because we're talking to you because we're being paid the big bucks, you know, to bring all this stuff to you tonight. I'll send my bill tomorrow. But that's the thing, and I guess maybe because having at the Board of Education and looking at the educational institutions, serving as a board member, we've seen staff and everybody going through all this training, and particularly department heads really need to know this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, sir.
Council President.
We're still not, go ahead.
Oh.
No, go ahead. She's picking something up.
Mr. Griffith brought up another point that I wanted to sort of piggyback on when he mentioned the Board of Education. Under the past administration, I know I've asked several times for meetings between the two, the Deputy Business Administrator and the Business Administrator, to see where we might be able to do some shared services. I don't know if you guys have had those conversations with them, but I certainly hope that you take the initiative to talk to Mr. James and see if you can come together and see exactly where we can do some cost-cutting measures or combined services.
That's a yes or no.
Yes, we have met, and we continue to meet on a regular basis.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the ABC Board. It is a salary in there for the secretary, and we could talk about both, and O&E is $8,500. Are there any questions regarding the secretary's salary and or the O&E for $8,000 from the council? No. Are there any questions from the CBAC? Nope. So we are finished. The mayor and administration. Is there a closing statement before you leave, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, I'd just like to say, Madam President, to you and your colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to present to you. I hope I did an adequate job, and if not, I hope I can be a much more improved person the next time I come back around, and I hope I can offer you the questions that you have presented to me in a timely manner. And thank you again.
And just a reminder, there's some things you have to you have response.
Yes.
48 hours to Monday for the different things.
Yes, ma'am.
And also you indicated you were going to show us the code that indicates that.
Yes, I will just give you a copy of the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 3-minute break while Mr. Mapp, so we need a motion for recess.
Motion.
Second.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson, second by Councilwoman Harold Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So 3 minutes, and we are reconvened. Councilwoman Butler, any questions? None. We are reconvened. Thanks, everybody. We're doing the Department of Finance. You okay? Oh, Lord, I keep giving my. What page are we on, Mr. Matt?
Page 47.
We are at page 47 with Department of Finance. And Director Matt from the Department of Finance will be leading this department, as he is their fearless leader. Do you have any opening statements, sir?
Well, Council President and members of the governing body, I would like to highlight the fact that over the last couple of years, the Finance Department has been able to reduce the number of audit comments that were at a high of over 50 down to, I believe, last year to 22. And so we've made steady progress. There's more work that still needs to be done. And to that end, we are requesting in this budget 2 positions in order that the Finance Department will be fully staffed or staffed at a level where we can continue to tackle the challenges that we face. And so you would notice that at the bottom of page 47, there are 2 new positions that we requested. One of the members of the finance team was moved into the tax collector's office, and another member became the payroll person. And so we have a need for 2 additional individuals to help us to better manage our regular day-to-day AP function, to assist with payroll, bank reconciliations, the off-duty, the outside or off-duty police assignments, our pilot payments, maintain our fixed asset inventory, help with cash receipts, and so on and so on. And so there's a great need that we have, and we would like for you to give us the consideration that we seek in terms of filling those 2 vacancies. And at this time, I would pause there and give you the opportunity to pose questions.
Mr. Matt, before the questions, one of the things, Ms. And Megan as well, these are annual salaries, right?
Yes.
40,000. So we have to, if the council approves these salaries in the various departments, they actually won't be the annual salary. They'll be the prorated amount for this year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
However, we do have 2 part-time people who have been working in the department using some of those funds, so that would also have to be taken into consideration.
Are the part-time people?
They're not listed. They're part-time temporary.
But we still have to budget for them.
Right. That's why the vacant positions are in there.
And the CFO is correct. So, in other words, what we've paid those part-timers that's helping us out so far need to be taken into consideration in the final budget number.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson, can you ask, or just pull the door too? So, do you want to budget for part-time positions in this department, or that's?
No, I would really like to have 2 full-time.
No, I got that. I'm
capable
talking
people.
about the people that you're speaking of. Is that just if you got the 2 full-time people, then you would no longer need part-time temporary people?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember, any questions regarding salaries?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Mr. Matt,
Yes.
in 2014, I don't know why these numbers don't match, but you asked for 295,600. Joy has here 323,108, so I don't know whether there's a differentiation between the numbers.
320 adopted budget?
Yeah. So I have I gotta look at the adopted budget because, and then you spent 322,000.
No, you saying appropriate was 322, and they actually, which
No,
was
you
it?
spent
Vice President?
322.
Ms. Lascari?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't
Let me
understand
finish
your
my
question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I thought you were
You
finished.
spent 322,453.
Mhm.
To this time you asking for 492,400. Where does that extra dollars come in?
Mr. Matt?
Why did it increase so drastically?
So that's like 160,000? 170, Mr. Matt?
Last year, for a part of the year, because of changing personnel as well, there were a couple positions, I believe, that were not filled at the time. And for example, if you look at the first and second positions on this roster, they came in a part of the year, and so the salaries were not paid full time in 2014. I believe that's partly responsible, as well as the 2 positions that are shown as vacant at the bottom of the page.
Now,
As a matter of fact, 3 of the names here were not fully funded in last year's budget.
in our approved budget, 2014, you asked for 295,608. So I don't know where Joy got her number from. That 323. In 2013, you spent $326,330. So I don't know how the numbers changed to 323 from 295. First of all, and now this year you're asking for 492,000.
I'll ask Joy to attempt to address the issue that you're raising.
What?
I'll ask Joy to attempt to address the question that you're raising.
So how did the 295, which we approved, go to 323,108?
If you go to in section 1, sheet 15A, the top of the page.
Mm-hmm.
The column for 2014, that is the adopted budget for 2014.
Yeah, the 323.
The
In my
323,108.
binder, and on this, which is the adopted budget, right? This is what we sent to Trenton.
I can't see from here exactly.
But I mean, you know what it
have.
looks like. We have these long sheets, right? This is what goes to Trenton.
But is that the final adopted budget?
Supposedly it was. It was at, and in my book I noted 295,000 too. So if there's, and that was the same one that we used previously on the other one. So I don't know where the 323,108 came from.
This is not a signed copy, so I can't be sure which
That's what's in there. That's what went down.
well,
Let's see. Well, let's look at this. Maybe here is the one that says. Let's make sure I'm correct here.
Oh, it starts on page 18.
It says adopted copy.
A council
Yeah,
colleague,
that's the one that was out in the hallway says 323 as well.
Okay, so you got it from there. Okay.
your council colleague, if I may, looking on this page 15A, it says as modified by all transfers. So that they probably took that number you're talking about and added some more money to
Transfers
it.
in.
no, that's
No,
not
no.
correct.
It's not
Please,
correct?
please look at your sheet 15A.
It increased from
There's
what,
no change in the column
what
for
we have both here?
2014.
Councilwoman,
it increased from what we did in our workshops last time. I don't know why it went up to 323,108, but
okay.
I have it in my binder is 295,600, and also in that first, I don't know where that new number came from.
If you recall, there was a reintroduced budget, so I don't know which version you have.
I have the adopted copy right here. See
Yeah,
where it says
and-
adopted copy?
Yeah, in your adopted copy, you found the figure.
Right.
That
but I
was-
still don't know
that's
why
in
it
the binder.
increased in the adopted copy.
Well, between the introduction and the adoption, that's what happens. Figures changed. I don't
necessarily,
remember
because
exactly.
when we
But
did our
what is
workshop-
adopted, honey.
When we did our working sessions, we ended up with 295,600. But we'll look at that another day because I need to understand
I
that.
can't help it. I'm
Because
just,
that's why we got to pay special attention to what we cut and what's in the adopted copy and make sure the numbers match, because somewhere something increased and I don't know how. But getting back to the budget, when we since when is there a step for CFO? Where did the step come in through? The
Councilwoman, tell
15,000.
me what page you want, going back to page 47?
I'm on 47.
Okay. Is there CFO?
That is labeled as a step, but that's actually an adjustment that we are proposing to the salary of the CFO.
You're proposing that.
Yes.
The salary currently today is 82,620.
Yes.
So you have not actually given that step yet.
Oh, that's an increase, okay.
No, we have, I'm given the amount that is in the column labeled contract increase.
So what does pay equity increase means?
That's basically to bring her salary up to what we believe she should be earning based on her position and responsibilities.
All right, we're gonna have to, and the contract
The amount,
increase?
quite honestly, Counselor, the amount that the CFO is being paid is low, comparatively speaking.
Mr. Matt, when we hired her, we knew that, and we were trying to reduce some of these extravagant salaries.
Okay.
So if you guys are thinking now that because you're doing the budget, y'all can increase those amounts to where you think they should have been, we would have done that when we hired her. So I'm saying we're gonna have to take a look at that, but see where that increase should be, because I mean, we cut that salary when we hired the new CFO because we thought it was too exorbitant in the beginning. So I'm just saying, I'm just putting that on the record. So we will make a recommendation when we get to our workshop.
Are there any other comments and/or questions regarding the salary pay?
Council President,
Councilman Johnson?
I just wanted to be clear because I kind of got lost on Director Mapp's introduction. The vacant spots are new jobs. They're not people that were shifted out of the department, because you kind of lost me.
There are vacant positions that exist currently. There are positions that we need, and one in particular came about as a result of one person being moved out of the department.
That
Okay.
person went to the tax office.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
And where did the other person go? Or is that a new creation?
It's a new creation.
Yes.
It's an additional position he's asking for. Council members, are there any other questions on the salary page? If not, we're moving to O&E. Are there any questions regarding the O&E?
Let me point out that on the employee training, we would like to increase the New Jersey League of Municipalities registration as well as the amount for lodging. We believe that those amounts that were entered into the budget are not sufficient, because we would hope that we could expose, at least 3 of our employees to the training that is available
Mr. Matt,
at the League of Municipalities.
there's 6,000 in. What are you requesting?
Let's see, 110. We need, 55. We need to add another 110. Then we need to add 360, so $470. So we need that to be like $6,500.
So it's 6,000 there now.
Yes.
So you need to be 6,500?
About that, yes.
Council members, do you have any questions and or comments regarding the O&E for the Finance Department?
I just have one other
Councilwoman
point.
Eason?
Mr. Matt, what is the average time that people stays in your finance department? There seems to be a lot of turnover back there. So I just want to make sure that we aren't training people, and after they get trained, they're moving on. So what is the average longevity of a person in the finance department?
And that's a good question, and it has been a concern, because we do need, and that's where the amount of salary is a factor. But we do need to have people who come into the finance department stay in the finance department, because we do provide a lot of training and we spend a lot of time, working with these employees. So we want to make sure that going forward that we're able to attract good talent that will stay and that the level of compensation would be such that individuals would want to stay in the finance department.
I know at some point previously we discussed, we never legislated that if a person was hired and we did the training, they had to remain in that job for a certain length of time or they'd have to pay the money back. I think that's something we need to legislate.
Mr. Harris, did we finish that, or we have to bring it back? We did. We did do it, Councilwoman Eason.
Councilman, in fact, there's an agreement that the employees.
We got to talk into the mic. I'm sorry, Mr. Pick the mic up, Mr. Harris. There's a mic. Oh,
I remember so we did legislate that.
Yes, that was done by ordinance, Councilman. There actually is an agreement that the employee is supposed to sign with the finance department, whether it's a finance employee or any other employee in the municipality. They're supposed to sign that agreement.
And
see,
so-
and that's why it's important that we do have a human resource department so we can make sure that those agreements are signed, because if they come in and we spend all this money training and they leave within a certain amount of time, we need to recoup that money that we used to train them.
And that's a good point, but I want to point out that the folks didn't leave the city of Orange. They moved to different departments.
Council President.
okay.
Well, we still need to figure out how we're going to legislate that, because if they move to a different department and we train them again in something different, we're still losing money. So we need to figure that out, and we'll talk to the legislature, research how we're going to amend and adopt a new one.
With all due respect, I don't know you want to go down that road.
Mr. Matt, okay,
No,
we'll
because
talk
we
about
need to
it.
stop playing.
Come on.
We need to stop playing musical chairs. Simple as that. Go ahead.
Are there any other questions regarding O&A?
Council President,
Councilman Johnson.
I have a question. I have one quick question because it slipped me on page 47, which
Yes,
is
sir.
back under salary and wage. I need to ask this question.
Yes.
The first two line items, I've noticed that the people's base salaries are $37,000. So why would we bring in brand new employees in 2015 at a higher base salary?
Mr. Matt?
Again, we want to make sure that we attract talent that would come and will stay. And so it doesn't mean in any organization that the new people you bring in make less or necessarily make more. There are adjustments that will be made, but we do believe that the salaries that we have placed in the budget to fill vacancies, these salaries are reasonable. And so I don't think that you should assume that any new person coming in will necessarily make less. And we could also make adjustments in terms of how we move people around within the department in terms of the functions that are assigned.
Thank you, Mr. Matt. Councilwoman?
I just need to clarify that because one of the positions clearly says account clerk. Now, if you could have been straightforward and said, if we hire 2 more account clerks, we may not bring them in at this base, and just left it at that. And you went all around the corner. If you're going to bring in more, if you're going to be targeting to bring in more qualified account clerks to hire these people at a higher salary, then that's one thing. But we didn't get into moving people around. You follow what I'm saying? One of the people is a fairly new employee and listed as an account clerk. So we're talking about this 365 days later, you're looking to hire 2 more people that have the same designation at $3,000 more.
I make a recommendation, we move it down to 37 when we do the budget.
Councilwoman, we're going to have we have personnel meeting. We're going to have to do it because that's a salary range issue. Not really. If we really want to affect it the right way, we have to deal with the salary range for that title.
Is it civil service?
All of these would be civil service.
So that we can look at the civil service salary
But that
range
would be
component.
they wouldn't give the salary range for the municipality. They would give the description. We have to set the salary range. That's what we have to
But
do.
I'm saying it can't be any different than the account clerk that's been there since 2014. at 37, and now you, not even a year later, you
Mhm.
want to increase that $3,000. That's something we really need to look at. I
Right.
don't know why that would be a salary range question when you brought the other person in at 37,000.
But that's what, we have to correct our salary ranges. That's why they're able to more or less do that, because we don't have a correct
But we
one.
just need to look at it. But my suggestion is we leave it at 37 for all of them.
Okay.
At your pleasure.
I'm
Are there
finished, thank you.
Any other questions on the salary and wage page? If not, we're moving to the O&E. Well, we're going back to the O&E, I'm sorry. Any other questions there? Mr. Matt, regarding the balance point payroll service, can you submit the agreement to the city council for that contract, for that professional service?
Yes.
And could you tell me if the administration has created a policy regarding the use of the equipment?
Yes, we do have a policy that's been drafted.
Can you submit that to the council as well?
Certainly.
Okay. Council members?
On that point about balance point,
Yes, sir.
under professional services,
Mhm.
balance point
Mhm.
should be shifted down to contractual services,
Okay.
and Edmonds should be shifted up.
The 7509.
Yes. So it's the same numbers, but
Gotcha.
In different groups.
yeah.
Okay.
Balance and what else?
Balance goes down to contract,
And Digita?
and Edmonds goes up to
Edmonds.
professional services.
And there's also more items on the back of the page.
Council President,
Councilman Corbett?
is that a contract for McInerney and Brady?
To audit? The audit services?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's two. That's the water as well, I believe. Correct, Mr. Scarry?
That's what?
It's two. It's the water audit as well.
So what is the actual contract? Is it 120? Is it 98? Is it 100,000? What's the actual contract?
Mr. Scarry?
I
Go
believe-
ahead, Mr. Matt. I'm sorry.
No, let you
Go ahead.
I believe that the resolution at this time says 100,000, but that's other services that they've had to render for us have come into consideration, and we're going to have to put forward an additional amount. That's why it's in there in that way.
Yes, I do believe you probably have to increase the not exceed amount in the contract.
To the one, okay.
Council President?
Councilwoman Eason?
On the grant writer, what is the 50,000 for?
Millennium?
Is that, I thought that was in another,
Mr. Matt?
is that in Mr. Magic?
That is correct. That is for Millennium.
That's Millennium?
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions on O&E? If not, do we have any questions from the CBAC?
Just one.
Yes.
Even though the majority of the members have left, they asked me to thank Ms. Joy for all her time and effort that she has given to the CBC and the city to try to get this budget done. But my question is, with the new positions that would come in, does the 40,000 include health benefits, or is that without?
It's without health benefits, but in a different section, we did make provisions for health benefits for new employees.
Thank you.
We're moving to the tax collector salary and wages. Mr. Mapp, do you just want to start answering questions?
Yes, there's really not a whole lot to be explained here, so we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, and so you have new positions here as well?
Council President?
Yeah.
Just a second, Councilwoman. Is the tax collector is vacant, but is the bottom one a new position? Mr. Matt, I'm sorry.
Account clerk?
Joy, can you speak to the last position in the tax collector's office?
The account clerk.
Many times in the tax collector's office, the person who does the majority of the collections. Because everyone is busy and there's no one else, or they're out to lunch, or they're sick, or, whatever the situation is. She doesn't have the opportunity to take lunch or to step behind the other wall to properly prepare the deposit. It's really not a good idea that office be to not have a second person in there to help with collections. Also, sometimes you need to have somebody working the water window and somebody working the tax window at the same time. There are two different computer programs that they have to use. They have to jump back and forth on the line. The line ends up out the door. And for the sake of the residents, also to have another person available in that office to pick up the slack, pick up the work, would be very beneficial.
Council President,
Councilman Coley?
I believe when the water department gave their presentation, they wanted another person behind that counter as well. So we're talking 2 more people.
Mm-hmm. What is the person in the water department? Or
But it's all the same. It's one and the same.
No, I'm just saying, is it in their budget?
I don't know. I believe they were asking, so we're gonna be asking for another
14.
person in the tax collection office behind the window, and another person from the water department collecting money behind that window.
Yeah.
Right.
That's like 2 more people.
Mm-hmm.
And I also see that Carl Smith is still budgeted.
Okay, but just so the 40,000 is not going to be over here, because that 40,000 for the water person is over there.
Second?
That 40,000 for the water person is over under that budget.
No, they was asking for 40,000 out of their budget, and now she's asking for another.
No,
person.
I got you. So that's when you said the water person. So it's budgeted for over there.
Yes.
Okay. Got
Yes.
you.
And I see that Carl Smith is still. Are we still paying him, Mr. Matt?
He comes in and he assists the temporary tax collector until she gets up to where she needs to be.
So what are we paying him for his assistance? His regular salary, still?
No.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm looking at.
That's also left in there as a provision should the city hire a new full-time tax collector, still retaining the acting or assistant tax collector.
Okay, so what are we paying
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith for his, I guess, consultation services?
Quite honestly, I'm not sure what the arrangement is. Joy, are you familiar with the arrangement with the former tax collector? He comes in occasionally and provides.
Well, let me ask you this right here. Are we still giving him a City of Orange paycheck?
Hold on just a minute, please.
Yeah.
We just can't pull his payroll record real quick.
I shouldn't have ran for count. I should have just got a job here.
Jamie, could you smack him, please?
Can
you smack him, please?
That was a smack?
I was just rubbing your shoulder.
He has an answer for you. I'm sorry. What's the answer regarding Mr. Smith?
800 biweekly for his
800
assistance.
bi-weekly? All right. Councilman Coley, did you hear that? Mr.
So
Smith,
that's
800 every
roughly, I don't.
1,600 a month.
Okay.
1,600 a month.
And he does come in, quite a bit.
1 second. We have a motion to extend the meeting. Motion by
Second.
Councilwoman Eason. Second by Councilman Johnson. Roll call, Councilman Coley.
Present.
No, yes or no?
Yes
or no?
Yeah, sit in the meeting, yes.
Yes or no, sir?
Yes. I apologize.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler is absent, and I am in favor as well. Sorry, and who we want to question? Yes,
I was going to say, technically, Madam President, present is a valid vote. It just means the same as abstaining.
okay. Well, I want, because I think he was tired, so.
If
Okay,
he
he
if
didn't.
he
Thank
abstain,
you.
I'll say no. Then we get the mic.
Okay,
So we
thank you.
continue.
Thank you for the information.
Now you're gonna use that again.
So, for the record, Carl Smith, who's no longer a full-time employee, he's on a part-time basis at a biweekly salary of $1,600.
800
800.
every 2 weeks, 1,600 a month.
$1,600 a month.
Or, no, I should say 800 every 2 weeks, because it's not really.
Okay.
Council President.
Is he, wait, Councilman Coley, are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
I think I was next. Sorry.
Ladies before gentlemen.
Councilwoman Easton?
Mr. Matt, for the purpose, and this is for you and Ms. Muscleri, for the purpose of this budget, I'm requesting that you guys correct this page, make Carl Smith jobs vacant, and reduce this salary as to what you think the new tax collector will start off as. And where you have vacant at the bottom, that's where you should put Carl Smith and his rate of salary so that we have an accurate budget.
Or below it, you mean? Below
When
that?
he has the vacant tax collector,
Oh,
make
gotcha.
that Carl Smith, because that is what that really should be.
Okay.
And that you take Carl Smith out of that line item, so it doesn't look like he's getting a contract increase. So can we get a corrected page, making that a vacant, and whatever salary, base salary, you guys intend to start the new tax collector at, could that reflect in this budget? And then where it says vacant, you can put Carl Smith part-time, because I'm understanding he is part-time, he comes in, and then reflect, put somewhere there what he's making for this year, so that we can have accurate numbers.
Yeah, we can do that.
And I'm not so sure. I'm recommending, my recommendation is that the last account clerk, we remove that, because if we're gonna bring on HR person, we can't keep adding people to every department. Just can't do that. They got enough people running around here that if they put the jobs together right, everything would be covered. Because there's no reason two people should go to lunch at the same time. Stagger the lunches. Stagger the hours, whatever you need to do. That's what we do at work, so.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Council President. I'm noticing a trend here with this big government that we get ready to have. All these people hired, everybody, each department is stating their case on why we should just bust at the seams with new employees and expand this payroll. Is Carl Smith being retained partially so we can use his signature on the budget? Because we don't have a tax collector.
Mr. Matt?
That's partly the reason, but I think more importantly, it is to assist the temporary tax collector in the duties that must be carried out. The temporary tax collector is not yet certified. As a matter of fact, I believe she took the test a week or two ago. And so we need him for both reasons, to be, the license that goes on the budget, as well as to provide some additional training and support.
Thank you.
I have a
Councilman
follow-up.
Johnson?
I have a follow-up question. So this department is actually looking to train the assistant to not to end up being the tax collector, because we're going to bring in another tax collector that's going to be the supervisor for this assistant, who we are actually trying to get up to snuff.
Mr. Matt?
I can't answer that question at this time. I don't have a definitive answer for that as to whether or not a new certified tax collector is going to be brought in with the temporary tax collector, the acting person. That's a discussion that I haven't had with the deputy BA and the mayor.
Regarding the assistant tax collector, and you said she just took the test, did we do all of the training? Was it training? Yes, okay.
She completed all of her training last year.
As an employee of the city of Orange?
Yes.
Okay. I'm
Con-
sorry.
Contrary to Mr. Mapp's answer, I have had that conversation with the mayor. And the intent is to bring in a certified tax collector with some experience. And she would be the assistant. And I'm gonna hold him to that because you can't put a new person collecting taxes that hasn't had the experience of doing that and just getting trained. So
Right.
he has to get a certified person. That's why we still have Carl Smith. But the other issue I have, I don't know why, if we're paying for the training, we pay for the training for her to be a tax collector, why she's getting a $7,500 stipend. I don't understand that part. Because she just moved from one job to the other. She's not certified. So why are we paying a $7,500 stipend?
We pay for the education.
She has her responsibilities are significantly more than she had while she was in the other role, as well as the level of responsibility is greater and accountability.
So if you're going to make her an assistant, wouldn't that just be a salary increase instead of a stipend?
You know, quite frankly, I think that it should be reclassified and not be reflected as a stipend.
Okay, so
Once she becomes certified, is what you're saying.
I'm going to finish with this with this
Councilman Johnson.
tax collector's salary and wages. So, going back with our tax collector, Carl Smith, who used to collect the funds from the meters by himself, an assistant from.
No, not collect them, but
No,
assess.
well, he was the tax collector who handled the money for the meters. Okay, by himself. Now we're getting all these employees in this department, and the function of collecting the money for the meters is going somebody else to handle with some additional employees.
I
When-
think there's
Council,
some
one second,
confusion.
Councilwoman. You finished?
That's the way I'm hearing it.
No,
Okay,
Public Works collect the money from the meters.
He's saying assessor. He means assessor.
You talk about the tax monies, not the money from the physical meters outside.
No,
Oh,
who
but
the,
they
who?
read the meters.
Yeah, well, the people turn the money into the tax collector.
Right.
Okay. Well, Carl Smith was that person who received the money from whoever collected it to the tax collector. All
He
right.
didn't physically claim. He assessed it. Okay.
Right. He handled that. So we got a parking administrator with 2 employees, and this department that it was taken out of now gets all these extra employees in it.
No, it's still confusing. To clarify, the meters themselves, the Public Works guys collect the coins. They bring them in and they put them through a meter reader, and they go to finance, who deposit it in the bank. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Carl Smith is not involved in that piece of it. He does tax collecting of your tax dollars. He's not involved in the meter stuff. That's totally separate. It goes from Public Works through the coin reader to the finance department.
He's taxing water.
So he
That's what
does
he
tax and water collection. So that's why they need that separate group. But I don't think that separate group is going to collect the coins. I think that's still going to be done by Public Works.
Carl Smith never handled the money from the meters.
No. Nope.
Only to
You're saying no, but nobody else is.
I'm telling you, I went through the process. I made them buy a meter reader. A coin reader. So I know what the process
One
is.
second,
We never
Councilman.
handled those.
Mr. Matt?
the coins from the meters, when they are collected, they are deposited with the tax collector, who takes it to the bank for the purpose of deposit.
So,
All right.
If I may?
but before you move on,
But
Councilman.
I'm not moving. Not 1 second, Mr. Scarry.
It is late, and
Go ahead.
I don't remember what I'm doing here either. But the other position as account clerk in the tax office, we are also this year moving from the First Bite system to the Munidex system, and that's going to require additional assistance and
Munidex or
help.
Edmunds?
Not Munidex, apologies, Edmunds, so that we have everything under the same accounting program. So that's also going to require more
Councilwoman.
staff work.
1 second, Councilwoman Easton, just remember the mics can pick all of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the position is also needed because of the extra work that is needed in that department to transition all the information correctly over from the old system to the new.
Councilwoman, did you have a follow-up question?
I'm finished.
No? You, Ms. Lascari, starting from where you just finished at, and you're asking for a position, but when you have special projects like that, Mr. Matt, Mr. Scott, have y'all considered doing that as a special project and putting a temporary person in as opposed to making it a permanent person, like for the admin system transfer? Yes or no? You're looking at me, Mr. Matt. Go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
If we're talking just the transitioning from one system to another, then I would say that we could certainly give a consideration.
For a special project, right?
Yeah, but if you're talking like what Jai had explained earlier about the additional collection part of that responsibility, then I would say no.
Okay. All right.
Councilwoman, Vice President.
I'm just asking a question, just a second, and go ahead, Councilman. I'll come back. Go ahead, Councilman.
Now, I just want to go back real quick too. In 2014, it was 203,660.
For the salaries.
Yeah, 2013 was 208,500.
I didn't hear. It was 2013.
208,500. Now they overran that. They really spent 176. Now this year they're asking for 244,000. Is that as a result of adding the new position,
Mr. Matt?
But he has to give us a corrected page because once you take out Carl Smith, it's probably the figures are probably going to change, right, Mr. Matt?
I don't think it's going to change much.
So how do you get to 244? Is that for the 40,000 new vacant clerk?
I'm looking at the bottom here, and that doesn't add up. What did I put in the binder up here?
Yeah, 6,000 is contractual increases.
No, just. Oh.
Let's see.
I don't think I added in the 40 when I did the
That's
top
right.
page. It's
'Cause
already short.
The bottom says 284,000. The top
Yeah.
says 244.
Yeah.
So we're going to get a corrected page, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you're going to go up that much money, we need to know why. Because I would have thought the least you could have went up was 225. So I don't know how you got to 244.
Actually, I got to 284 and incorrectly wrote in 244 in the budget binder.
Oh, okay.
And
So
so
we'll wait for the corrected page.
And the tax collector's range is 55 to 115. And our tax collector left making 72,000. Do you do you know we're interviewing for that position?
Nothing has been advertised as of yet, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. No more questions. Moving to, I'm sorry, CVAC, tax collector.
Just one thing I would like to add.
Yes.
The temporary collector has asked on the training for employees, which is listed at $1,100 in the budget. She has asked for that to be moved up to $3,300.
The employee training is
Yeah.
at 1,500.
Right, and so she would like for that amount to be increased by another $2,200.
So 30,
What page we on?
page
Page 52.
52. So that should go up to 3,700? The employee training?
Yes, yes. Because a class costs $1,100.
So that's in there.
It should be 3 times that.
It should be 1,100 times 3,
Correct.
3,300?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Thank you. I wanted to know the young lady that took the test, I believe, is that the acting tax collector? Okay. And I do hope she passes. But if she doesn't, does that put an additional expense on the city? Does she stay in the position? Do you have to hire someone else if she does not pass the test, if she hasn't passed?
Mr. Matt?
Well, I represented that I haven't had the discussions as yet with the mayor and deputy BA, but Councilor Eason represented that she did have that discussion. And in any event, based on that, the plan would be, whether or not she passes, to bring in an experienced certified tax collector, and she can continue as the acting tax collector, providing that additional assistance in the tax office.
Okay, so to be in the position of not passing the test, she's still eligible to be an employee because she has the skills, you're saying? Okay, thank you.
But that
Councilwoman
raises
Eason?
another question, Mr. Matt.
Yes.
So the tax collector's office never had an assistant, right? Assistant tax collector.
I don't know, not since I came.
So even if she stays, it would be creating a new job.
Which would, and keep in mind that function, that the function that is at the bottom that the CFO was explaining, the new position. So I would think that there could be a discussion about that.
So that means if she stays and she's not the tax collector, you're still creating a new job as an assistant. So that would take care of that account clerk position.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay.
I see the CFO is shaking her head in the other direction, but
Oh, Mrs.
Well, we don't
Scarron?
have money, so
Yeah, I know.
Let her shake her head. No money.
What did you say, Mrs. Scarron? No?
It was
Okay.
that kind of a shake.
I think we can live with that.
It's possible.
Thank you.
It's possible.
And council members, on page 54, there's also a summary, just so everybody know, regarding the tax collector's office. Going to the tax assessor's salary and wage,
I think that's relatively straightforward, Council President.
page 55, councilwoman. We are out of range with the tax assessor. Mr. Mapp, can you note that? It's above the range.
What is the range?
There's a salary ordinance range for the tax assessor.
Is that the 2013 ordinance?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Is this over the range
Yes, it is.
for a tax
Is that
assessor?
it?
You gotta be kidding me.
He did, he was playing on it. It's 75,000. When did Mr. Rinaldi start?
2012.
No, he didn't. No,
2012.
he 2012. Okay, so, okay, Mr. Matt.
Okay,
It was prior, that was after.
okay.
It started years ago.
So he's okay?
Yeah, because this was after the fact. Okay, council members, are there any questions regarding these salary ranges?
I got a question, and I just want to throw it out there.
Yes, sir.
On page 55,
Mm-hmm.
on the second employee there, Wasn't an employee let go and rehired?
Yeah,
That person-
laid
that-
off,
that-
yes.
Laid off with what? And with a time sensitive to be brought back at.
Laid off under the previous administration.
And was brought back under the Warren administration.
Correct.
It laid off as in fired or laid off? Are you losing me?
Laid off with the layoff. There was a layoff.
It was a layoff.
Right.
Oh, okay. Okay. You know, I see this fire as it's a negative $10,000. Some. Why is that in there?
Mr. Mack with Mr. Scary.
She also works in the fire department. So her total salary is reflected to the left as her 2015 base, but only $10,000 less than her total salary is what's being charged to this budget line item. The $10,000 is charged to fire. She works as a EOM coordinator. OEM, I said it backwards, yeah.
Emergency management.
Yeah, she's one of the ones that she's there at every fire, helping, and every event. She's there helping.
No, we're not disputing that, just clarifying it.
Yeah.
So OEM deputy coordinator, $10,000.
Where's that reflected in the fire budget?
Yes, the $10,000 is listed in the fire budget.
I'm finished.
Are there any other questions regarding salary? Moving to the OE operating expenses. Are there any questions here? Okay, if not, we're gonna go to the CVAC. Any questions?
I'm not sure what the difference in the tax assessor and the tax collector is. So this is only a thought.
One collects.
Food for thought, okay? I see that the second position that Councilman Johnson was talking about states receptionist. Now, I don't know what a receptionist does, but depending on what a receptionist does, I know my concept is sitting at a desk and greeting and welcoming. Is it possible that that person could be moved to the tax collector's office for one of those positions that would be an additional salary to the city? Again, I'm not sure what the difference in tax collector and tax assessor, but definition of a receptionist to me may mean they could be moved to the tax and be more functional instead of hiring another person.
And just in a simplified, your property is assessed to tax value. You pay $60,000 for your property, and then there's it's valued at $60,000, and there's an assessment put on that property. This is the department that does the assessments, and the collector collects those.
Collects what they assess.
Right.
So I kind of understood. I guess what threw me off is receptionist. You see what I'm saying? So, okay, my question is, since people are moved, is that a way to save city money by taking a receptionist and putting them in there and having another hand in the tax collector
As
department?
opposed to hiring another new body. Mr.
Can I
Mack?
respond to that?
You sure can.
Yes, it's to you, Mr. Mack.
The titles, I don't think that we should go by the titles. This is a civil service title, and the titles, quite honestly, don't reflect what individuals do.
Oh, I understand that, but again, I've been here since last week, and I've been hearing people are moved from department to department, so I understand that. My statement was to help with the budget, since there are vacancies and you're trying to add on in many of the departments. Is that a way? Then maybe the title should be changed.
No,
because
those three people are needed in the assessor's office.
So the receptionist is needed in the assessment office.
That is correct.
So should the title be changed?
It's a civil service title.
Okay. Homework to do. Thank you.
Because it's Councilwoman Neeson.
Ms. Jackson, it's not a reception in the sense that you know as a receptionist. She does a lot more than receptionist work. It's just that she's under a receptionist title, but she's more of an assistant to the tax assessor.
Okay.
So that entails more than reception.
Okay, that's why I wanted to ask, because when you're looking at the paper, you know, you're home doing your homework and you're saying you want to hire more employees, is the possibility to put them in another department? Thank you.
And it's very hard to change titles in civil service. So sometimes it's easy just to leave it, you know what I'm saying? Leave it.
Okay, and we're moving to the,
Insurance?
to the liability insurance budget, Mr. Matt?
Yes. I believe the liability insurance, we need to increase by about $4,000 as a result of the YWCA.
4,000?
Yes.
So 6,000, 6,004. So instead of taking, you had 646, so you want to add 4,000 back to that, we'll just take it away.
Yes, we want to add 4,000 to that number at the top, the 600. That increases by 4,000.
So you want to make it $1 million?
No, 4,000, not 400,000.
400,000.
4,000. See, we get,
Whoa.
have, Mr. Mapp, have you, because the estimate was 3,000, have, that was given in the proposal, has the insurance actual quote been given yet?
I haven't seen any information at all relative to the YW.
Okay.
Council President,
Councilman Johnson?
are we sitting here experiencing that $3,000 guesstimate is now a $4,000 guesstimate?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know if it was a $3,000 estimate or a $3,600 estimate or a $3,300 estimate. We may remember $3,000, but I thought it prudent to round it up to 4.
It was a guesstimate, not estimate. The documents that we received from the Deputy Business Administrator based on the YWCA was $3,000 guesstimate. And now we're saying it's a $4,000 guesstimate.
What page are we on?
Page 58.
58.
And where we adding the 4,000?
To
He's adding the 4,000.
liability insurance.
So 600,000.
So 6,000 is 600,000.
Yeah.
4,000, right?
Adding.
650, 909.
So the proposal said 3,000. Now you're asking to add 4,000. And at the meeting, there had been no quote given yet, but you're not sure if the quote is coming in today.
I think it's going to be hard to tell until you really take, possession of that building.
Mr. Matt,
But we have to budget.
no, I got you. Has our insurance person been shopping our insurance our insurance policies to ensure that we're getting the best price?
They have been discussions about going into a new joint insurance fund that started last year, I believe. Last year around November of 13, I believe is when it came into being. There are about 8 or so municipalities that are part of this joint insurance fund, and the city would save a significant amount of money by joining that JIF.
And it's being proposed right now?
Yes, it's a part of the discussions that we're having.
Okay.
Council President?
Can you get us information on that, sir?
As soon as it's available, yes.
Councilman Coley?
Yes, Mr. Mapp just made a statement. We have the budget. This is the budget for what, Mr. Mapp, you was referring to.
I'll repeat that, please.
You just made a statement a moment ago. We have the budget. Was that for the YWCA you were referring to?
No, I am not sure what I said.
Oh, he said you have to budget for the insurance. We have to budget for the insurance.
Yes, we have to budget. That's what I said.
Have two budgets, not
We have to
the
budget for the insurance.
Yeah. So the point that I was making is that, is it 3,000? Is it 4,000? We really don't know. And until we take possession of the building, because we have no responsibility to provide insurance on that building right now. So are we going to have possession in May, in June, in July? I don't know.
Being that you brought that up, I mentioned it earlier. How will this budget exhort the, I guess, the money that it will take to operate that once the city takes possession of it?
I am not the one to direct that question to, because I don't have the details on the plans for the YWCA.
Okay, but there is nothing mentioned in this budget regarding the YWCA.
I can't answer anything about the YWCA.
No, the question is there anything in this budget regarding the YMCA?
No, when this budget was put together,
Okay.
the Y was not a part of the consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions regarding the liability insurance? None? For the Citizens Budget Advisory? No questions. Moving to employee health benefits, page 59. Mr. Matt?
We'll answer any questions you have.
Questions. One of the questions that was asked at Councilwoman Easton, I believe, was the last council meeting, regarding a question about the presentation we had regarding Express Scripts.
Yes.
And when Express Scripts was here, they said that there was another package, not Express Scripts, but the agency who was managing the account, that they offered. Do we know, have we moved to a more efficient account to consider?
I believe, from my recollection, the Deputy BA has indicated that it has been communicated to Express Scripts that we will no longer be providing coverage for those drugs that are not approved by the FDA. Those cocktails that are being put together at an exorbitant cost to the city. We've indicated that we will no longer provide coverage for those.
So that requires a conversation to go back to the table with your labor representative. So is it just a statement, or are we in fact not doing it?
I don't know that that requires any conversation with the collective bargaining agreements, because you don't necessarily negotiate specific drugs.
No, you negotiate the health plan and the prescription plan.
Yes,
So,
that's
okay.
correct.
Which is equal or better. Okay. So, but in terms of, so you're saying that taking those prescriptions out of the
Those compounds.
compound prescriptions out of the plan will take away our costs and it go back down? So have we seen the invoice that our costs have went back down?
I don't know that we're at that point as yet, and that would require some follow-up.
Okay. Council members, any questions regarding employee health benefits?
I do have the one question, and I have posed it a couple of meetings ago. If in fact administration was going to look into getting this billing cycle within our budget cycle, that was when we had the discussion with the insurance company. It's staggered at different intervals. When we get some reimbursement or something to that matter, I thought the administration would be looking into, or if we have the option, to have everything running concurrent with our budget season.
Mr. Matt?
That is an idea that I am in total agreement with. I am not sure what that would require. I don't like the idea that this begins in August, I think. I think the year for the prescription plan begins in August, and I would rather that be on a calendar year cycle as well. So that's a conversation that has to occur. I don't know what it would take to make that adjustment.
Council President, I don't know if that would be our deputy VA or our finance department making that conversation, initiating that conversation. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it.
I think that's more for the deputy BA because, quite honestly, the finance department is not responsible for insurance.
Okay. When we had the discussion with the people coming in and we had this big forum and everything, I think this conversation probably went over the head of our deputy BA because we were still in the same spot.
Okay.
So please, somebody take the message back to our deputy BA.
I'll follow up on that.
Thank you. So these next couple of pages, page 59 through 67, are various accounts and grants. So do we just want to go through the pages and see if you have any questions for Mr. Matt?
Yeah, Council President,
Councilman
I
Coley?
have one.
Say the page.
On page 60,
Mm-hmm.
waive health benefits.
Waived health benefits, right? Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that, Mr. Matt, please?
Mr. Matt?
Waived health benefits, there are a number of city employees who have opted because of coverage that they have elsewhere to not take the health benefits that are offered by the city. And as a result, there's an ordinance that provides for a payment of $2,500 a year in 2 installments to those individuals who opted out of the health benefits. So
Do
that's
you-
the cost? That's what it costs us
To pay
to
them.
pay those
employees.
employees for opting out.
And do you recall this conversation that you and I had? And you told me that I was ineligible,
I recall us having,
and now I'm seeing that we're paying $56,000 to other people
yes,
who waived out,
Mhm.
who opt out.
yes,
So how could that be? You told me one thing, and I see another.
because you were not eligible, but there are several employees that
But
were and are still
but
eligible.
but you expressed to me based on the how can I explain it? The conversation that we had with the people down at Trenton, whatever who we spoke to for.
Yes,
But how can it be for one employee and not for the other?
Mr. Matt, what's the eligibility?
if a person, and I remember the conversation at the time, and I know we actually spoke to the state, and I think you were in my office when we.
I was in your office several
Yes.
times, a lot of times.
But if an employee
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have health benefit, if an employee has health benefit coverage through a spouse,
Which I did.
he or
Yeah,
she
Mr.
can
yeah,
opt
just-
out
Which I did.
and receive
Councilman Cole.
compensation.
Which
Okay.
I
If
didn't.
One second,
both
Councilman
employees are members of the state health benefit system,
Mhm.
you don't get that compensation for opting out.
So the eligibility is if you get insurance elsewhere, you can opt out. But if you're employed, you're a spouse, or where you get the other insurance from is a state agency, then you can't get
You
it.
don't get it.
Okay. And what happens if you are a new employee, if you started today? Can you get it? Can you do the opt out still?
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilman Coley, any further?
No.
Okay.
I'm just a little still confused based on how everything.
We can revisit that if you refresh me on the specifics, but we did check it with the state.
Okay.
Council
And
President?
from my understanding, it was no longer an option to pay employees who opt out of their state health benefits plan.
No. You misunderstood.
Oh, no.
It was specific to you at the time.
How many total employees in the city are getting opt-out benefit, Mr. Matt?
I don't remember the number off the top, but it's
Approximately?
probably about 15 to 20.
About 15 to 20 employees. But only two.
Actually, that the amount here would tell you if you divide that by 25.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, because on the best practices, you only had to list 2 employees. Remember the best practices asked you to list employees who were opting out? The best practice worksheet.
I don't remember
You don't remember
the
that question?
question on the best practice as
Okay.
it pertains to that.
They asked you to list the people who are opting out and getting the benefit? You don't recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Well, I mean, the list is available. We can simply print the list from the state
Right.
health
Because
benefit
I only
plan.
recall seeing 2 people on the list, that's why.
Oh, no.
Okay, all right. Are there any,
Council President,
Councilman Johnson?
I just want to revisit page 59 again.
Page 59, okay.
I think when we settle up this budget and we do determine how many, if any, new employees that's going to start in this healthcare system, we have to take a look at this number on page 59.
And you're talking about the opt-out one, sir?
No,
Or
no.
the,
59 is just the employee health benefits.
Page 59.
Because the contingent
With
for new
3.3.
employees is just listed under hospitalization, as far as I can see,
Hospital, major medical.
and major medicals. So that that looks like another guesstimate number, but I think that goes hand in hand. This page goes hand in hand with new
Approximately,
employees.
Mr. Matt, how much is it if an employee's getting benefits, how much is the cost to the city per person?
It all depends on whether you have single,
Approximate
family.
cost.
Single is about, I think, $800 a month.
I didn't hear you, sir.
About $800 a month.
800 times 12 is 9,600.
About that.
And does that 9,600 include the contribution from the employee?
That's the total cost to the city. The employee has to contribute a portion of that cost.
Of the 9,600?
Yes.
Okay. And you, okay.
Based on the employee's salary
Right.
and so on and so forth.
So if you're doing 9,000 per employee, that gives you up to, okay, for single. It depends on everything else, okay. Any other questions on page 59 through 69, council members? And this also lists, judgments is 200,000.
Tax appeals is at 0, is that because?
Councilwoman, what page you on, page 62?
Yeah, we don't anticipate any this budget year.
Can't be.
So you put 0, page 62, Ms. Lascari?
62.
Correct.
And Councilman Corbett said can't be.
Well,
It doesn't mean that we won't have any tax appeals. Do we want to budget additional money to cover tax appeals is what it means. When you have a tax appeal, it's going to go against your revenue, your tax revenue. So do you want to have a buffer zone to appropriate additional funding for that?
But you have it at 0 though.
It was 0 last year, it was 0 this year.
And
So
would
we
you,
did-
I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
We didn't incur any tax appeal expense last year?
We did not budget to, it's not that we didn't incur
it comes
tax
out of
appeal.
surplus.
Or it comes out of surplus?
It goes against your revenues, your tax revenues.
What about
So, yeah,
prior
it goes
year's
out.
bills? Don't we need to put something in there?
I don't have a current list of prior year bills to go against there.
Oh,
It's usually always been based on a listing of specific bills.
And last year was 9,000.
Mm-hmm.
And so we
So
didn't want
don't
to
you
budget.
think you should put something in there?
I don't have a current list of existing bills. Without that, I can't put it in
Oh,
there.
you have to have a list. You just can't put an amount in there.
Yeah.
You have to have a list, okay.
Honestly, I would put something in there.
I would too.
Well,
Okay.
but Mr. Scarry just said, go ahead.
No, the state isn't, Megan, isn't that one of the questions the state comes back to? What's the list of the bills? So if I don't have a list of bills to show, the state's going to say you can't budget for that.
And
So-
you didn't have any bills that came in? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We were very diligent on making sure that people would get their bills in, and also that they would be appropriated accordingly, and that's also why we had the budget transfers to cover those items. Because we were able to have those budget transfers, now we don't have to raise funds this year for prior year bills. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Council President, if I may.
Councilman Johnson?
Page 61.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody explain to me what the Social Security $850,000 is.
Mr. Scary?
With every employee's paycheck, there's a matching amount that the city is required to contribute towards Social Security and Medicare.
Does this include the new employees?
Every employee except for police.
Does this include the people that haven't been hired as new employees?
Yes.
Projected.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, because last year we was at 841, so that's that.
It's tight. We'll see.
Okay. 230, we're on time. And going to...
Council President, I have a
Councilman
question.
Coley?
On page 61, the telephone.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mapp or Ms. Lascari, who is our telephone service with right now?
Verizon,
Sprint, Broadview.
about 3 or 4 of them.
There's several.
Verizon, Sprint, and Broadview.
Any reason why we have multiple phone carriers?
You have various cell phone carriers depending on which plan they have.
Okay, this includes cell
All
phone too.
all phones.
Okay.
Mhm.
But our landline is with Verizon.
Broadview is involved also.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, Mr. Matt.
Broadview is also involved.
Okay.
Is that an internet-based phone service, or are they using the copper lines that Verizon Wireless provide?
I can't speak to it in those terms.
Okay.
Can you get an answer and get back to us, sir? And Ms.
Well,
Knight?
the reason why I was asking,
Mhm.
because the phone infrastructure that Verizon have here in Orange is antiquated. They have the old copper lines, and they are slowly, at a snail pace, upgrading to fiber optics. However, their telephone fees is much higher than Comcast. I don't know if you ever considered, I'm not trying to be a salesman for Comcast, but if you can get a price from Comcast, you will probably see that your rates would probably be cut in half.
Councilwoman, weren't you working on that?
Yeah, and what he don't understand is when Comcast goes down, everything goes down.
But-
It does not happen that way with Verizon. Not only that, the fiber optics is based on certain areas, and certain areas they had opted not to do right now. You have to go out and request them, because I don't have fiber optics in my area, because that's one of the areas they have chosen not to enter. And I have heard a lot of complaints about Comcast, because when one thing goes down at Comcast, everything goes down. But it doesn't happen that way with Verizon. So if we want fiber optics in all of the city of Orange,
Is that
we need
Fios you're saying?
to, yeah, Fios, we need to meet with the public utility and see if they will. But right now, they opted not to do all of Orange.
Yeah, because they actually ran a line right through the middle of Orange. That's why our streets were tore up, but they didn't
Remember there
install.
was a guy that came
That's
up
why I said,
from the North Ward.
we probably need to have that conversation with Fios, because actually, their end plate is funny because Walter G. across the street from me has Fios and it's not across the street. So we need to review, have that conversation. We were supposed to have, and I know the gentleman left to go to Germany.
But
Well,
we
he-
do have a contact from the utility meeting.
Okay.
We can have them come and explain.
Come and explain.
Yeah.
So let's put that on to have that conversation. On page 61, there's nothing in there for future negotiated salaries. We have put, what'd you say, Council? Ms. Sam, you were about to say?
I wasn't going to, but actually the balance of what was budgeted and what was spent last year is on reserve and is still available.
Right.
So that's why we're not budgeting more for it this year.
Council members, we set $500,000 a year in the last contract because that represented 3% across the board. And the contract for OMEBA speaks to 2015 and 2016 already on agreed raises. And there's something, the fire and police are at the arbitrators, so I think, with 500,000, Megan, would it be 500,000 that about approximately the same, which is a 2% for across the board? 2%, I think. We did, because the states that has a max of 2, right?
Yeah, it would be
A little lower. Do we want to appropriate anything for future negotiations, council members?
Well, the police was
say you
willing to
shouldn't do
come
it.
out of arbitration if they could make a deal with the administration and get their contract signed.
We
That's
still
why
gotta
they're
pay
in
them, though, yeah.
arbitration. Huh?
But we would still have to pay them.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying they're willing to move forward. It's just they can't get the administration to do that. So,
Do we
if
want
you
to?
want to put more in there, I would agree with that.
You would, Councilman Corbett? Do you have it? You do, sir.
Yes.
Councilman
yes,
Coley,
yes.
do you have?
Yes, I agree.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson, do you?
I agree.
Councilman Johnson?
I agree, but I do want to hear from Mr. Mapp.
Yeah, Mr. Mapp
He's
said.
itching over there.
Okay, council members say we should appropriate, but Mr. Mapp, why don't you think we should appropriate?
Because we have an amount set aside already in reserve.
Of 8, that's the balance.
The difference between the 500 minus the 81, so you actually have greater than 400,000 left in that account.
And we've already obligated monies for the OMEBA contract.
No, that's budgeted.
I'm sorry, let me finish. No, 26, okay. Go ahead, it's budgeted for 2015.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think that there should be enough left in that budget to cover any police or fire contracts that may go into effect this year.
the 419. Any other feedback, Councilmember?
I think we would probably have more money when we slice all these people that are supposed to be getting raises. And that should go in this pot, shouldn't it?
One sec. Don't say mm-mm. Is he have a question? When you said the raises for the directors, are you referring to?
Yeah, the folks that were in the union that got those bumps. Where did that money come from?
Out of this 81,000, that was not appropriately done.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're just saying that once that's okay, got you. It should be more money in that pot. Director Matt?
Yeah, I should point out, I heard discussions earlier about, the council didn't approve this or that. In reality, you did. You have a salary ordinance dated 2013 where you establish salary ranges. And as long as employees are kept within those ranges, you have approved those salaries.
Well, many of those people that are on the salary lines are not on this salary ordinance. Some of the salaries are not properly created.
As long as the positions are listed in that ordinance.
Those salaries may have been approved, but it doesn't necessarily have a date attached to them.
Now, the point that I'm making is that once you establish salary bands by way of an ordinance, it is not the council who decides when a raise is given. That's the administration, as long as it's within that band that you have established.
And Mr. Matt, let the council say that we were responding to what the administration said to us, and the administration stated that the raises were given because we approved the OMEBA contract.
Right.
And so that,
and
I hear what you're saying now.
Yes.
Okay.
No, you're absolutely
Okay.
right.
not married.
Because the administration used the basis of the OMEBA contract to determine how they move employees within that band.
But, we're not gonna, it's 11:30, we're not gonna go back and forth, but a lot of those salaries are not properly, positions are not on the salary ordinance, nor were they properly created.
But we're not saying they can't get it, it's just not they can't get it now because we can't afford it.
Because it's still, it's 4 other unions that still have to negotiate. Do we think we need to put anything back in here, the 80,000, restore it back to 500, or just leave it with the 400,000 that's in there?
Let's just leave it at.
I want to leave it as it is. I don't
Leave
want
the
to add
money
no more
that's in
to
there
it.
and just work with that, okay. On page 63, does that starts with the various grants that that the city has went out for?
That we've had historically.
And to date, we've gotten the tonnage grant of 10,000. And the Montclair grant for 150,000, which is new.
Which is
Over a 5-year period.
30,000 a year for 5 years, but
30, okay, and then
But-
the visiting nurse, 15,000. CDBG for Central Playground of 406,000.
Hey, I apologize, Council President.
Yes.
Back to page 63. I'm looking at the summer food program. Last year was 405,000 that we did for the summer food program, and this year it's not going to be anything.
Well, I'm
No,
going
no,
over
no.
the grants. Now, we haven't gotten any grants yet
Right.
for that yet.
You can't include anything here until you get a grant award letter that says you
Chances are
received
we
a
will
grant.
get it.
Okay.
We get it every
All right,
year.
thank you.
And so, and the CDBG 406, and then 24,000 for CDBG Circle of Excellence.
yeah, actually, I think the Circle of Excellence drops off. That's not actually ours.
That's
I think
not,
it's not in, I didn't put it in the budget document.
so that should come off the 24K.
Yeah,
Um,
it's already not in the binder.
And looking at the grants that we got last year, Mr. Matt, was all of the paperwork done correctly, and were we refunded to the max with all of these grants?
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that.
Is there a way that you can give us a report on that?
Council President, Fuller Terrace just got paved Tuesday.
Where you at, sir?
Did NJ DOT
Various
2014?
Various Street?
Yeah. That 319
Okay.
was used on Fuller Terrace.
The whole 319?
Yes, ma'am. I think the award letters come out in May, so we should see if we get anything for 2015. The award letter should be on the mayor's desk by mid-May.
Okay.
Will that be included before we finalize this budget?
If not,
Probably
it's
not.
updated
Probably
as we
not.
go throughout the
Probably
year.
They just merge it. Hopefully we can get something.
Oh, some of them had came in the summer. Open space, okay. And then moving. Okay, so are there any other questions on the grants? Anything? And then you have the capital improvement. You want to budget 535,000. 350. There's nothing new. Are any questions about? But the fire suppression had received 135, but you only want to do 50 this year.
I apologize. When I created that new line, I just copied and pasted for format, and I forgot to remove the budgeted on the right. So please cross those figures out.
For what? The fire suppression?
To the right, the 2014 adopted to the right.
That's zero. Okay, let's take that out.
Yeah, take those out. That was
So,
my mistake.
350. Okay, so fire suppression is only 50,000. Okay. Are there any?
There may be some discussion. We'd need to go over this with Mr. Lurch. His office, one of the other capital projects that the Mr. Mays was asking for was for the fire alarm system in this building. And if it's allowable, maybe we could put that in here and reduce the amount that's going over to the capital fund, but that's a discussion that would need to be made.
And what's the improvements to Oakwood Avenue?
That was a prior year project a few years back. The title is still there in our chart of accounts though, so that's why it's there.
But it's nothing.
Yeah, nothing happened.
And going down to the debt service, is there anything that you need to highlight here for us?
No.
Council members, any question regarding the debt service? No?
I just have one other question in general as it relates to the budget. Mr. Mapp, or Ms. Lascari, can you tell us, is there a surplus attached to this budget, associated with this budget?
Council, Corbett, can we only got two more areas to
Okay.
go through. So there's no questions regarding the regular debt service? Are there any questions regarding the, over expenditure, regarding the school debt service? Is there anything that you need to highlight on the school debt service, Mrs. Scary or Mr.
No.
Matt?
No, but the one thing I would like to highlight on page 68, the 311,000.
Over expenditures?
That is a consequence of the governing body not doing the transfers that were requested. And as a result, there's 311,000 that we need to collect from the taxpayers. That could have been avoided had transfers been done.
Oh, the money went to surplus, but that's not also a further consequence of the administration overspending in the salary pages, salary lines?
Well, the budget process is not an exact process, and that is why the state allows the transfers.
But
It's not an exact science.
no,
Neither is scolding the council exact science.
My role is to give you the information.
Okay, right.
And to provide the advice that would cause savings to the taxpayers as opposed to additional burdens.
Cool.
and then we could, Mr. Matt, but the council also set by line, and when it became our budget, put, the recommended, or we cut certain salary lines, and that was not adhered to, which resulted in the administration coming back at the end of the year, asking us to put the money back in that we had cut, so.
But
I
so,
mean-
so the question is, are you punishing the
No,
administration
we're not
or the
punishing-
people?
No,
No,
we're
we-
not punishing
no,
the
this is-
administration. The administration is not adhering to the budget.
Just line items for Mr. Just change the name to Deputy Director of BA, Deputy BA. That's what it is. Over expenditures, Deputy BA.
Councilman Corbett, I'm sorry. Regarding your, you had a question, sir?
Is there a surplus associated with this year's budget?
Surplus associated with this year's budget. I'm
Mrs.
not sure I
Scary.
understand what you
Is there a surplus? Do you have any funds remaining? In
Go to
We
budget
have, oh, you
sheet.
mean there are surplus in the budget, in the
Go to
revenue
sheet
section.
4. Go to sheet 4 in your
Section
budget.
1.
Section 1.
Yep.
The first source of revenue is anticipated surplus.
Page 4, section 1. Surplus anticipated 1.5. You got it? Councilman Corbett?
Yeah, I see it.
Are there any further questions?
That's it. Mr. Mapp, why is it that you looked at me like you just got here from Mars?
No, I thought you were asking. No. I thought you were asking me about a surplus at the end of this budget year that we're debating now. I didn't take it to mean, are we anticipating any surplus for this particular budget?
All right.
I have two questions, Council President.
Councilman Coley?
Being that we on this budget, checked that the surplus, that was 1.5 million.
Yes.
We still haven't budgeted any police to be hired. So I don't see how we can have a true surplus when we did not budget.
That might be why we have that surplus.
We're gonna have a workshop night. We're gonna put
You know,
those
so
numbers
so
in.
this is just how can I say it? Just a insincere effort to make it look as if we're having a budget surplus. And my next question on page 69.
Let me just stop right there
Wait,
before
is
the
that
police question. Councilwoman Easton, what did you, because you had a question, you was responding to the police thing?
I thought there was some police officers in the budget.
Two.
Two, I believe.
I think it was two, right? Two.
And we're down, what, close to 20?
If everything goes well, we should be getting one that's already trained real soon. And another 2 is on the horizon, so that would get us to 3.
So the
New
two,
guys.
that would be, if we got one train, that would
Yeah,
Oh,
we
that's-
got
give
one
us
that
more money.
We're working on that's already trained.
Council.
You know, the question is, I mean,
So he
if
can go through the academy.
I mean, last year we set aside monies. We'll probably end up doing the same thing this year. The question is, will the administration take it as serious as the council does, and put more police on the payroll? I mean, I'm just making a general question. I'm not asking that question tonight. I mean, but that is the question that is still up in the air. We did it last year. We don't want it to keep doing it and be ignored. I mean, if we had the authority to hire as a council, believe me, we would do it. Especially the police officers. I mean, every other area in the budget is looking for, or practically every other area, looking for additional employees.
You
When
know-
you come down to the police department, it's like, who cares?
You know-
Come on, safety's supposed to be priority number one.
But we still have to find out when we can get them, and when there's another class for the academy, because one of the things the director talked about, he was looking for another place outside of Essex County that he could put, if we got the list, that he could put the officers through, because Essex County basically doesn't have any classes coming up in the near future. So he's looking outside to find some place that, so if we can get them, and we can't get them the academy, it's just the same as not having them.
Right.
So we got to find an academy that can handle, and then we can pressure the mayor into getting the list so that we can get the, and then they still talked about, what did he talk about, a 4-month background check they have to do, the psychological and the background check.
Quite a
and
bit of
all that
time.
stuff. So that's another
So,
process.
It's 18 vacancies, of which 4 is
So-
budgeted for, Councilman.
So like I said, that's your surplus, or perceived surplus. But my next question is on page 69. The payment for the bond principals for the schools, is this what we had to pay every year
Where you at, Councilman?
on page 69?
Page 69.
Right, there's 299, 89. Is this what we had to pay every year for the bonds for the school board?
Mr. Matt, or Mr. Scary?
If you can see there, last year, the amount was $630,905. It's reduced this year. They're getting close to the end of their bond, which is why they're thinking that there should be room in the budget for them to go out for a new bond.
And that leads me to my next question. We all know that the school board is going to be coming in the coming weeks with another request for a bond for $3.7 million. How will that impact this budget?
It won't impact this year's budget. It will impact next year's.
In what
or
way?
the year after we go out for bond.
$3.7 million bond. How much do you anticipate that payment, just off the top of your head, how much do you think that will cost us per year?
Megan, do you have that in your head? I don't have it in my head.
Okay.
It's not up there, Megan.
I thought I had it, but I lost it.
Councilwoman?
So we're going to have that in addition to the Y. I don't know how taxpayers is going to continue to, be happy, with all these
People not happy about taxes.
increases. But that's all I have for now. If I have anything
Councilwoman
else
Easton?
before I leave, I'll let you know.
Yeah,
Council-
Mr. Mapp,
Yes.
in the pension loan, you pay every year, so we got, after this year, we got one more loan payment, right? So then we'll be able to keep that $509,000. It was a 5-year loan.
No.
No. It's on page 60. 68, Councilwoman Easton.
Yeah, they said that this is the 4th payment,
Right.
so we would have one more next
Right.
year, and then after that, it'll be done.
But you got the revaluation in there too.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, the
this is separate from
405
that.
will drop off.
Yeah, so
Oh,
then we
okay.
can
After
pay
next
with the
year.
rates alone. So
Page
that'll be
68.
509,000 that we could use for other
No,
things,
because
right?
the revaluation is in that 509, that's what.
Yeah, only the 405 will drop off. The
Yeah.
1038, we
Okay.
still have to keep going for another 3
Yeah,
years.
so after then we'll be done, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Lamb?
Another question, but a comment
Statement?
concerning the police.
Yes, sir.
There's a class in Union County in either July or August. That's just an FYI.
They start in oh, okay.
Do you know if there's another test between now and then?
I have no idea. I think the focus should be on getting the list and
If there
vetting the
is one,
candidates.
if they haven't all expired, right?
Right.
Mr. Member, is there any way you can relay that information to Director Sims?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
You're not gonna charge us, right?
No, but we want our, are there any other questions regarding, debt service or, any, before Mr. Matt, do you have a closing statement or anything?
I want to thank this body for the opportunity to present our budget, and I hope that there could be a happy median where, we continue to provide the services that we provide.
Next time you have to sit by Councilwoman Easton.
Right. Yes.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Jackson, I'm sorry. Apologize. No, take your time. I apologize.
Go home, see Wendy. The buyout, the opt-out, I'm sorry. If an employee gets close to retirement, can they opt back in, and is there a penalty to the city? The ones that have opt-out,
You mean the waived, the health
The health
benefits?
benefits.
Is
oh,
that
I'm
what you
sorry,
mean?
yeah, I'm tired too.
Okay, yeah.
The health benefit component, you said they're able to opt out. They get $2,500 if the partner is not also in the state. As they get close to retirement, are they able to opt back in, and is there a penalty to the city?
Well, they can actually opt in pretty much
But is there going to be a penalty?
anytime.
Will there
It
be
has
a
nothing to
penalty
do
to the
with
city?
age.
Excuse me?
It has nothing to do with age. You can opt in if your situation changes.
Right, but there won't be any additional finance to the city if they do that.
It'll cost the city more.
Oh, well, yeah, I knew that one, but I just meant penalty-wise. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Matt. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Summers Johnson. She was very patient tonight. Is there a second?
Motion.
Second by Councilman Johnson. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.